Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up.
Good morning, true crime and celebrity friends. How are we on this Thursday morning? November 20th, 1 week till the big turkey day. 1 week till the big turkey day, but we're having Thanksgiving at my daughter's on Saturday. We decided to be best. That way I don't have to be in such a big hurry. And her girlfriend's grandma is hosting Thanksgiving, so I don't want them to have to overeat and get sick. So I want them to enjoy my food. So I will do Saturday and be happy about it. So I had a tragedy happen to me yesterday, y'all. So this is a great story for some story time. So remember how I told you I had to go to the doctor and I was waiting for the bus, right? So the bus got here 20 minutes early. And he says, we got to go pick up this girl on the other side of town and take her home from work. And I said to the driver, why wouldn't you go get her first? Because I know who she is. It's my landlord's daughter. I said, why didn't you pick her up first, take her home, and then come get me at my time? Because she had to have been picked up at 11:30. She gets off work at 11:30. And they didn't even pick her up till 12:30 after they picked me up. So that made no sense to me at all. Like, no sense at all. So we get to Davenport, and I'm going to give you the exact mileage of how far I am from home. Okay, so I'm going south. I'm going towards like Iowa City, Des Moines, and stuff like that. So Davenport from Maquoketa to my apartment, from my apartment to Maple Crest. It's actually in Bettendorf. "45 minutes. So I was taking 45 minutes from home. And as we're like maybe 3 minutes from the place, I begin to ask, are you just going to wait outside, or are you going to go to the gas station and get something to drink while you wait? Schedule no more than 30 minutes appointments. Period. You get 30 minutes, right? So sometimes they might run a little bit over. But I got right in at my regular time. I guess I'm jumping 2 over. So we're on our way there, and I had asked about the what time, or if he was going to leave to go get something to drink, because he does that. I've had this driver many times. And he said, no, you're not a pickup. We're not taking you home. I said, take me home. What are you talking about? I'm 45 minutes from home. How do you suppose I get there? You brought me here. You don't just drop me off. He says, yeah. He says, we don't have a pickup for you. I said, no, how stupid does this sound? What is wrong with your schedulers? Now, this is the RTA out of Delaware, Dubuque, and Jackson County. If anyone wants to call and complain. So I'm sitting there, and I'm not in the best health. There's no fucking way I'm walking 45 minutes home. You know, like, what do you want me to do, man? I take the bus because it's the most convenient for me. So I get off the bus because he's got to go to Clinton and get other people. So I'm getting on the phone and I'm trying to call the transportation people. And I'm texting my daughter, I'm stuck in Davenport. They told me they weren't taking me home. And she's like, what, Mom? She's like, they always take you home. Stop. They're going to come back and get you. I said, no, Amy, I promise. He says he's not, because she thinks I over-exaggerate. Amy, they're not coming back for me. Please, they're not. So I'm talking to the people, and they call while I'm in with my doctor. And she's like, how can you do that to your client? Just tells me that, well, we can get you a driver, but it's going to be anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. And I'm like, what? My appointment's like literally almost over, and you want me to wait 4 hours? No. So I call my boyfriend, and he's like, okay, I'll be there when I get off work. Off work? You don't get off work till 3:30. Guys, it was literally 1:30. And I'm thinking, I have no money to buy a pop, buy a water. I didn't bring nothing with me because usually I just go to my anxiety issue about being out in public, period. So I'm already stressed out because of this. So my daughter finally messages me back, and she's like, all right, I'm talking to my boss. How long do you think you'll be? And my doctor was like, tell her just start heading over now. So I knew that my appointment was about over with, but thankfully my daughter she had to call in the rest of the day, and she brought me home, which she gave us some time together, and I was excited about that. So, but normally Amy's not that nice, so it really surprised my girlfriends. So we drove all the way home, and she has this brand spanking new car that the heat runs 800 degrees. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm dying in the back seat. Like, oh, y'all are going to kill me from a heat stroke. I'm slowly taking clothes off. But I was appreciative of the ride. But, oh God, it was a horrible. Needless to say, I will not be riding the bus out of town anymore. I lose trust in people very quick. So how about if I went all the way out to Iowa City, almost 2 hours from home, and he were to tell me, and this guy knows me. He knows that I go to appointments and they bring me back. Don't you think that would have been something he would have mentioned to me? You know, we have it down here that you're not a return. You know, because then I'd have been like, I ain't getting on the bus because I'm not going. If you can't bring me back home, we're good. I'll find a way to get to my appointment, but y'all aren't about to leave me in Davenport. But I thought I would give you my story from yesterday. So yeah, it all started with the poor girl that gets off of work at 11:30 when he could have picked her up first, because he drives right by her work to come to my apartment. So why he didn't pick her up when she should have been picked up at 11:30 when she gets off work? Instead of coming all the way over here, picking me up, backtrack, taking the highway to Davenport. So that made no sense. So whoever's doing the scheduling needs to go back to school or something. Like, it doesn't take a scientist to figure that out. So I don't know. It was just a little bit traumatizing. But thank you for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I thought I would give a little bit of a daily story of my day yesterday, but we are doing the Witchcraft murder trial. His name is Tyler Dazey, and the mother is Jennifer, and the dog is Echo Daisy. And he is on trial for murdering his mother because he thought she was doing witchcraft on him. So things are going to get pretty interesting today. Yeah, they're going to get interesting. So, all right, let's get started. I already had it there. So yesterday when I was playing the second day, it wasn't even the right one. It was somebody else's channel I was playing off of, but they didn't strike me, thankfully. I think the medical examiner is on first. I've seen her a lot.
Before we bring the jury in, Mr. Blair or Mr. Hoover, can you report, did you have a conversation with your client this morning at the jail?
We did.
Okay. And has he indicated his preference about whether he wants to be here today or not be here?
He has indicated that he does not want to be here today, that it is the Sabbath and it is a religious day for him.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay, Shelley, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Please be seated, everyone.
You're he, you're he.
Okay, good morning, folks. Do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Dr. Kelly Cruz.
He's the medical examiner.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylykkruse.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
You're currently employed there, I presume, at the state?
Yes.
And you've been there for 6 years?
Yes.
How long have you been a physician?
I've been a physician since 2013.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my CV or my resume.
Is that true and accurate reflection of your educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit Exhibit 25.
Any objection? No objection. 25 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury briefly just what it is you do in your job?
So I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. So I'm trained to perform autopsies. Those are examinations on deceased deaths. So what led for them to die, whether it be a natural disease or an injury. And then I determine manner of death, which describes the circumstances surrounding someone's passing. I perform autopsies, then write autopsy reports. I interpret toxicology findings. I read medical records. I teach medical students. I provide expert testimony, and do other things within my office, but those are my primary duties.
Thank you. On or about January 19th of this year, did you perform an autopsy on Jennifer Dazey?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27, your report of autopsy.
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
And may I approach again?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked Exhibit 26A. Are those photos or some of the photos that are part of your report?
Yes.
You believe would be helpful in describing the injuries and your conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And that's what's contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 26A.
Any objection?
No objection.
26A is admitted.
So let's look at your autopsy report. And on page 1, you have pathologic diagnoses. Is that sort of a table of contents to the rest of your report?
Yes, it is.
And it's a list of findings from your autopsy?
Yes, it's a summary of all of my findings, which includes the cause of death and any additional findings.
And then you elaborate as your report goes on, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit 26A, that group of photos, is that you in describing your findings in the report?
Yes.
So let's start with your pathologic diagnosis number 1. And at any time when we go through and you're explaining this, if you would like a photo put up, let us know which one and we can put that up.
Okay.
So on pathologic diagnosis number 1, could you explain what that means?
So the first diagnosis is my cause of death. The cause of death in this case was multiple sharp force injuries. Underneath that 1, I have an A, a B, and a C, where I group sharp force injuries in terms of location on the body. There were 3 main locations that had sharp force injuries: the head, the neck.
Does that separate out those injuries to the head?
Yes, A describes the injuries to the head. There were a total of 13 sharp force injuries. There were cutting wounds and chopping wounds to the head.
And then under B?
Under B, there were injuries to the neck, a total of 2 chopping wounds to the neck. And then C.
Under Roman numeral 2, additional injuries?
For additional injuries, in addition to the sharp force injuries, there were blunt force injuries. So injuries due to the body coming into contact with something with a flat surface. There was a contusion or a bruise on the back of the left forearm and some bleeding under the scalp on the left side of the head.
That would be the subgaleal hemorrhage?
Yes.
Then we've got Roman numeral 3 through 6. Do those relate to your cause of death finding?
No, as part of these diagnoses, I'll list natural diseases that I find. Even though someone may have obvious injury, I may know exactly why they die. I still perform a full autopsy and document all of my findings. So they're essentially incidental natural findings.
Okay, so let's go back to your evidence of injury. And we start out with the head wounds. Would you like a photograph there?
Yes. In terms of organization, I listed the head wounds first. I started on the right side of the head, then the left side of the head, moved from top to bottom. So the first injuries listed are seen in picture number 4.
That's May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this photo is looking at the right side of the upper forehead. Here there are a total of 3 chopping wounds. The largest has a squared appearance. It created a skin flap with the skin can be reflected upward. And on the lateral aspect of the head, when looking at the photo, it's on your left. There are 2 additional chopping wounds at the border of that larger chopping wound. That wound injured the skin underneath it.
Did that particular wound penetrate the skull?
no, it only injured the outer surface of the skull.
All right. Where do you want to go from there?
The next wound that's listed is on the right side of the face, and that's seen in photo number 5. This is showing the right side of Miss Dazey's face, and there's a chopping wound on the right cheek. This chopping wound injured the skin, the soft tissue of the right cheek, and then the right side of the mandible or the jawbone.
Oh, God.
What was the depth of that wound?
The depth of that wound was 1 5/8 inches.
Okay, what would be next?
The next wounds all were on the.
Could you describe what your findings are there?
Here we have the top 2 larger wounds are chopping wounds. Both injured the skin, the soft tissue underneath the skin, the skull, the dura, which is a thin layer of tissue that covers the brain, and then the brain itself. That topmost chopping wound, within that wound is silver metal. That's from the decedent's previous brain surgery. The chopping wound actually fragmented.
Could you imagine your own son doing this to you? Your own son, the person that gave birth to you, is thinking you're doing witchcraft on them, and they just do this to your body. Oh my God. Not even a son, a daughter could do this, you know? And it's like, wow. What in the heck? I mean, he has some major mental issues, but they said he's not there today at trial because it's some type of church holiday for him. So, and he says his mom was the one doing the witchcraft, but he's not at court today. Talk about a joke. My God.
That surgical material. Both resulted in fractures, not only of the bone that was directly underneath the skin, but they resulted in fractures of the base of the skull. The topmost chopping wound injured part of the skull that's near the left eye, and then the lower one injured part of the skull that's near the ear canal. In between those 2 chopping wounds are 2 small cutting wounds. Cutting wounds just injured the superficial soft tissue of the skin. Below that second chopping wound is a small cutting wound on the face right in front of the left ear. Next, there were a total of, I was able to count with certainty 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. They were intersecting, but there were at least 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. And so those were all of the
Laser pointer up there if you find that you want to point something out up here on the screen as part of your explanation. Feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so where should we move to next?
Next, I described the wounds to the neck, which are in photo 7. One of the wounds can be seen in this photo, and then this is just an extension. These are the cutting wounds of the neck. And then photo 7 shows both of them together, more on the back of the neck. So there were 2 chopping wounds to the left side of the neck, one more toward the front and one more toward the back. Those injured the soft tissue of the neck and then bones of the upper cervical spine. I did not appreciate any injury to the spinal cord itself. And those had a maximum depth of 2 inches.
What would be your next finding?
And then the next part of the body that had sharp force injury was the left hand. One of the injuries can be seen in photo 8. So this is looking at the left hand, the back of the left hand near the left thumb. Here is a curved chopping wound that created a skin flap that can be reflected upward. This injured the soft tissue of the hand and then a bone of the hand near the left thumb. Photo 9 shows the last chopping wound. Injured 3 fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring fingers. The index finger has a pretty superficial wound by the fingernail. The middle finger was amputated as a result of the chopping wound, and the ring finger was nearly amputated as a result of the chopping wound. There's just some skin left that's connecting the finger to the hand. Injuries here included soft tissue and then bones of the fingers.
Are there any other findings that you think you need to touch on?
Those were all the sharp force injuries that I found, and then the additional blunt force injuries of the.
If I forgot to give my warning, here's your warning. Oh, this is true crime. We're watching a court case about murder, so it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be good, and it's not going to be fun to listen to. So here's your warning that things do get. I don't think you see pictures, but they get graphic. They get graphic by talking. All right.
Bruise of the left forearm, and then some bleeding under the scalp. And those are the only injuries that I documented in my autopsy.
Could you describe what that is?
So when an individual is declared deceased and is going to be transported to my office for an autopsy, they're placed in a body bag, and that body bag is locked and labeled. So the blue lock there has a number on it that's documented at the scene and then documented in my autopsy report. That's important for maintaining chain of custody. And then the tag says who's in the body bag. A photograph here is taken to show that the body is received exactly as it was placed into the bag at the scene.
And that would be photo number 2, that photograph?
And then photo number 2 shows her exactly as she was received, with personal effects that include a pillow and 2 blankets.
And then photo number 3.
Photo number 3 is of deceased individuals on whom I perform autopsies. We will compare them to their driver's license photos, other forms of visual ID, and then use surgical history and so on. So this is an example of an identification photo, which I compared to her driver's license photo. Her driver's license came with her to autopsy.
So once again, your cause of death was?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And specifically, can you identify any of those injuries that you believe were the fatal ones?
Really, you can die of any sort of sharp force injury or injury itself. In terms of the injuries that cause the most damage, it's the skull, the dura, the brain, and cause bleeding around the brain.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 14. Is that instrument consistent with the injuries that you viewed on Ms. Dazey?
Yes, this instrument could have caused those injuries that I documented.
And you can't say for. And if you look at the blade of that instrument and the width, would it certainly be consistent with a blow from that instrument to take off the 2 inside fingers of a hand and injure the one but leave the other intact?
Yes.
The narrowness of the blade?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Can I ask one question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Blood and DNA were found on that instrument. Would that increase the likelihood of that being the instrument of her death?
From an autopsy standpoint, it doesn't change anything, but from an investigative standpoint, that would make sense, yes.
Thank you. Now I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Likewise, if that instrument had been in her home for a significant period of time, or she had been living for a significant period of time, you wouldn't be surprised to find her DNA on it, would you?
Her DNA, I suppose, no.
Good morning, doctor. Were you able to develop any timeline regarding the injuries?
No.
And were you able to develop a time of death?
No. For the death certificate, when it says date and time of death, it's when she was found and pronounced dead.
Okay. So you're not able to actually tell when this occurred, are you?
No.
Under your manner of death, you indicated that the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Now, specifically, what does that mean to you?
Homicide is a medical determination. So unlike cause, where I have many different options, manner of death, I only have 5. A homicide being one of them. And homicide, to me, it means death at the hands of another.
So that's a medical determination, not a legal conclusion. You're not making any statement with regards to guilt or innocence or who did it or any of that, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
In terms of timelines and time of death, you were not even asked to do that, were you?
No, that's not part of my job. I can document maybe changes that happen after someone dies, but no, that's not part of my report.
And as far as statements of guilt or who did it, you weren't asked to determine that either, were you?
No, that's not part of my job.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Witness for the state.
We would call Stacy Schmeiser.
Okay.
And I think this is Zoom.
Let's do this. Let's give the jury about 5 minutes while we set this up and make sure that we can connect with the next witness. Folks, we're going to give you a real short break. Remember the admonition.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to take Leah outside. Stacy Schneiser, huh? Stacy Schneiser. Wonder how you pronounce that name. Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. You need to take an oath before you testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Schmeiser, STACI SCHMEISER.
Mr. Nelson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmeiser, what is your current occupation?
I've been here approximately 25 years.
All right. We have here an Exhibit 30, which is your CV. I can't obviously show that to you because we're Zooming, but you know your CV, I trust?
Yes.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your qualifications and educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 30, Your Honor, by agreement.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 30 is admitted.
As part of your functions, job functions, did you receive a blood specimen from the Dubuque Police Department on or about January 30th of this year?
Yes, it was received into the laboratory on January 31st. The name on the specimen was Tyler Dazey.
Was there an initial, well, let me go back. What exactly screening? What is your function?
In this case, I confirmed the drugs present in the urine, or I'm sorry, in the blood.
So that is part of your job. You test the blood, and what are you testing for?
We test for controlled substances in the blood.
Okay. Was there an initial screening done on that specimen before you received it?
Yes, there was.
What's the purpose of the initial screening?
The initial screening is done in the laboratory to give an idea of what additional testing it may require.
Would it be safe to say that if you had an initial screening and came up with nothing, that there would be no further testing?
Yes.
And if you come up positive on certain things on the initial screening, then it comes on to you for confirmation screening?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else in terms of a description of confirmation screening in terms of what you do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying, what exactly is confirmation screening?
Confirmation screening, we use that initial screening test results to know what type of confirmation to run, and then we confirm any drugs that showed up in the initial screening.
And you did, in fact, do the testing and screening, the confirmation screening?
Yes, I did confirmation screening.
Okay. Did you prepare a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I did.
And that would be Exhibit 31. You're on to move to admit that.
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Yes, I have my report that I'd like to refer to so I don't misstate any of the numbers.
You may.
I found the presence of 11 more 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol greater than 250, which was our highest calibrator. I found the presence of delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol at 14 nanograms per milliliter. I found the presence of 11 more 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, concentration of 9 nanograms per mil. I confirmed delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 5 nanograms per mil and confirmed the presence of delta 10 tetrahydrocannabinol and hexahydrocannabinol.
Are those all isomers of THC or variants of THC?
They're isomers of THC and metabolites of THC.
So in layman's terms, basically you're saying that this person consumed THC of various sources or from various sources.
Yes.
The numbers that you found, do they indicate heavy use, light use, or can you tell that at all?
It really varies in these type of levels. In a naive user could indicate recent use, but in a chronic user, these numbers can hang around for several days.
Could you explain the variations in these isomers of
THC, the delta 8, delta 9, and delta 10. Delta 9 is the one that's been around the longest that I think most of us are referring to when we say THC. There's a ring structure in the compound, and they've just shifted that double bond in that ring structure. So shifting it one way makes it delta 10, shifting it the other way makes it delta 8.
who would be doing the shifting?
It does occur naturally in the plant, but in very small quantities, so it is more than likely made in a laboratory somewhere.
What would be the purpose in making those changes?
I think originally they started changing the compound to try and circumvent some of the laws. Some of those compounds have become popular because they give a slightly different effect in the high.
Would it be fair to say that some of those variants were lab created for the gummies and those sorts of things that are now being marketed?
Yes.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, amphetamines, barbiturates, and other harder drugs?
That was tested for in the screening test.
And what was the results of that?
Those were negative.
So it'd be safe to say that Mr. Dazey did not consume any of those other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
How you doing today?
Good.
Good. So what is the differences as far as, I know you said that there can be a difference of highs, but as far as if you mix those, is there any different effect if you're mixing the different kinds of delta 8, delta 9, delta 10?
They all have very similar effects, so it would be more of an additive effect.
Is there any dangers in mixing those?
There's no dangers per se of mixing those. There could be dangers in the amount that you would consume.
And if you know, what would those dangers be?
Someone can certainly overdose on marijuana. It isn't as dangerous as some of the other drugs, but they may have negative reaction.
Do you know what kind of negative reactions?
Attention to details, changes in thoughts, mood, behavior.
Is sometimes paranoia a side effect?
Paranoia, anxiousness can be a side effect, yes.
And when they say tetrahydrocannabinol, what does that mean?
That's the compound that we're referring to as THC. It's the active component of marijuana.
And is there a difference between a blood test and a urine test?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
Blood test shows what is currently in the blood. It typically has a little tighter time frame window. Urine test shows what's already been metabolized and excreted from the body.
And when you say a metabolite, what does that mean?
That's what the body breaks the compounds down in order to excrete them from the body. So we would call that a metabolite.
And are you looking for metabolites in the blood, or are you looking for something different?
We look for both metabolites and parent compounds.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes. You didn't find any dangerous levels in the specimen that you tested?
Sorry, y'all. I had a phone call. But they were talking about all the drugs that dude had in his system. Wow. A lot. No wonder why he was acting nutty than a pet coon. Wow.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, who's the next witness going to be?
Joe Moret.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Meiser.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Joseph Daniel Moret, JOSEPH
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
A little bit over 4 years.
Did you have any work experience prior to that?
I ran the biolab at a company called Genomoto North America in Eddyville, Iowa.
Educational and work history as well as your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 32, which is the statement of qualifications.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
32 is admitted.
While we're at it, I would ask to admit his report, Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
33 is also admitted.
Could you briefly explain what it is that you do as part of your job function?
I work in the toxicology section of the lab. And in the toxicology section, we test blood and urine for the presence of drugs and alcohol.
So on January 30th or 31st of this year, did you receive a urine specimen from the Dubuque Police Department?
There was a urine specimen received by the evidence room, yes.
Okay. Do you know from whom that specimen was collected?
The sample was labeled Tyler James Dazey.
Did you test or analyze that specimen?
I did.
Was there preliminary screening done before you got the specimen?
Yes, there was.
What was the purpose of that preliminary screen?
The preliminary screen tests for classes or categories of drugs. If we send it on for confirmation testing, which is a separate type, there we will look and confirm a specific drug from that class.
Did you in fact do the confirmation testing on this specimen?
I did.
Did you also do a report on your findings?
I did.
And we have labeled that Exhibit 33. Could you explain to the jury what your findings were?
I found 2 drugs in the urine specimen. They are 11-nor-9-carboxy delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and 11-nor-9-carboxy delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol. And these are simply breakdown products of THC that someone has consumed.
And we had a little discussion previously about different versions of THC. Could you just briefly tell me what you know about that between like the delta-9, delta-8s?
So the structure of the drug overall is very similar. The only difference between the two is the positioning of a double bond on a molecule. Everything else affects on a human body.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, barbiturates, amphetamines, and other substances?
The screen testing I did not test for any of those.
So if the screen testing came back negative on those, there would be essentially nothing above the threshold on those substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the bottom line conclusion be that Mr. Dazey ingested certain forms of THC, but no other hard drugs?
At a level that would create a positive screen, correct.
Okay. What would be the difference between what you did and what Mr. Claybaugh did? Both of you tested urine.
Mr. Claybaugh did what we call an expanded screen. This test for a number of drugs that the initial screen doesn't cover. A lot of these are prescription drugs and less common drugs of abuse. So he looked to analyze for those drugs, and I believe he also did not find any controlled substances.
So we do an initial screen. If there's a positive there, then it goes on to confirmation. And then from there, it may go on to somebody else for additional testing for further substances. Is that accurate?
It depends on the case. Some cases do qualify for further testing, some don't.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. When you do the test of the urine, what's the timeline? How far back can your, test read?
Our test will only determine what quantity of drugs were in the urine at the time it was collected. So whatever time the urine was collected is the moment and space that we're analyzing.
Okay. Is there any degrading of the metabolites the longer that the sample is held?
It's possible that things can degrade slowly. We keep our samples refrigerated to help minimize that loss.
And do you know how, is there a time range from when the person ingested it to where it would, unlike
on the manner in which they ingest it? If they are an infrequent user, a urine test would probably show for anywhere from 1 to 3 days. If they're a frequent user, they can test positive for weeks afterwards, even if they're not continuously using.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing further.
And who's our next witness, Mr. Nelson?
That would be Heidi Rogowski.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wow, we're just whipping through these witnesses.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Heidi, Heidi Rogowski, Rogowski.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, what is your occupation?
I currently work as a criminalist for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation at their criminalistics laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been employed there?
I started with them in March of 2022, so just under 2.5 years.
You have sent a statement of qualifications along, and I ask, is that an accurate representation of your education, training, qualifications, and work history?
Can you tell me the date on that?
Of 2024.
Yes, that will be the most recent copy.
And that would be Exhibit 39. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
39 is admitted.
You hold a master's degree in forensic science, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
They also have many hours of specialized training on prints.
Yes, I've completed over 500 hours of specialized training through external vendors in the form of specialized coursework and attending professional conferences.
Could you explain to the jury here just what it is that you do?
My job focuses on the examination of items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. So items submitted to our laboratory, I will examine them to try to see or develop latent prints on those items. Those developed impressions can then be preserved through photography or lifting, and then that development is subsequently analyzed and compared to try to attribute those impressions to a particular source.
Can you just tell me what exactly is a latent print versus a known print?
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction-rich skin. So on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet, we have a specialized type of skin known as friction-rich skin. When this skin comes in contact with the surface of an item, there's the potential that an impression can be left behind. It acts similar to a rubber stamp, and then the sweat and oils located on that skin act as like an ink, leaving behind an impression. A latent print is considered a chance reproduction, and it happens naturally when the skin comes in contact with a surface just due to routine touching and handling. A known print is going to
I hate how I feel so dumb listening to these people talk about how smart they are. Why couldn't I have been smart? You know, I was just thinking the same thing, Cindy. Like, what makes them want? Like, what makes them want to know the oils on the bottom of our feet that leave prints? Sorry, I had to cough. Cindy, did you hear my story that I told in the beginning? No, I don't. I mean, yeah, I kind of feel dumb if I were to be in the same room as this girl trying to talk to her about latent prints and stuff. I'd feel really stupid. But, oh boy, my trip to Davenport was not fun. Not fun at all. But when they take a lunch, well, I'll just say it real quick. So, you know, I had to leave to get on the bus to go to Davenport, right? So they showed up 20 minutes before my pickup time, so I wasn't even ready. And I get outside and we get going, and he's like, oh, we got to go pick up someone else. We got to go pick up this other girl and take her home. And I was like, oh, Irene. And he's like, yeah. I was like, dude, she gets off work at 11:30. It's 12:30. Why didn't you stop, pick her up first, take her home, and then come get me at 12:20? Like, how dumb was that? And so we get all the way to Davenport. Now, Cindy, I am 45 minutes from home. Okay? 45 minutes. I get home. I get to the appointment. Well, we're almost there. And I said, so are you going to wait at the appointment, or are you going to go get something to drink? Because sometimes they'll go get something to drink or whatever, diddle-daddle around, you know, because it's a bigger city and we're in a small town. He's like, we don't have you on pickup. He says, I'm going to Clinton when I drop you off. I said, what? You brought me here. How am I going to get home? You were my ride. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, Okay, well then I guess I won't finish the story. Okay, I'm with it. All right, here we go.
Reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. These are captured under controlled conditions where the goal is to record someone's friction-ridged skin. These are generally captured through physical means like inks and powders, or we can capture them digitally through a specialized device called a live scan.
What are the basic factors in the use of friction-ridged skin as a means of identification?
We can use friction-ridged skin as a means for identification due to the nature of friction-ridged skin itself. So the features within your friction-ridged skin vary significantly within the population. So if enough of those features are present in an impression, we can reliably differentiate one individual's impressions from another. Additionally, the skin is generally stable through adolescence to middle adulthood, and that allows us to verify an individual's identity over time.
Could you briefly describe the methodology or process that you use in making comparisons?
When we develop a latent impression, we go through a process known as ACE-B. ACE-B stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. During the analysis phase, we will assess the developed latent print to see if there are enough of those features present to move it forward to compare. If there is a lack of those features, our examination will halt and we will not proceed further. If there are enough features present, we will move on to comparison. Comparison is a process where we compare side by side the features within a latent print to the features within a known print. We look to see A, is the feature present in both impressions. B is the sequence of all of those features in agreement as well. And then C, we look for if their spatial relationships or where they lie within the imprint are also in agreement. As that process moves forward, we transition into evaluation. This is ultimately where we arrive at a conclusion, and those conclusions generally are identification, the latent print and the known print originated from the same source, exclusion, the latent print and the known print originated from different sources, and inconclusive, where due to one reason or another, we're not able to definitively identify or exclude the impression. The final step is verification. This is when a second trained examiner will repeat the process of analyzing the latent print, doing a comparison, and then arriving at a conclusion. If those conclusions are in agreement with one another, we will report out our findings.
On or about January 30th of this year, did you receive a hatchet from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze or test that hatchet and apply the methodology you have described?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 40 at this time, which is the report.
Any objection?
No objection.
40 is admitted.
Are your conclusions set forth in your report?
Yes, they are.
What are your findings and conclusions?
Based on my examination of the hatchet, I was able to develop one latent palm print that was suitable for comparison. That developed latent palm print was searched through the Iowa Automated Biometric Identification System, and as a result of that search, it was identified to Tyler Dazey.
Where was that latent palm print located on the hatchet?
That palm print was developed on the handle of the hatchet.
The end, or is it somewhere closer to the head? Where about on the...
I would have to see the item. There should be markings indicating where that impression was developed.
What would the markings show?
We indicate developed latent prints with an indicator, so it would be the item number and a letter, and then you'll be looking for a bracket, and that indicates source and orientation.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
What substances was the print made from? Was that from oil and or sweat from the skin?
The techniques that I used to develop the latent print would react with the regular components of latent print residue. So that would be sweat, oils, things of that matter.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at was this print wasn't left in blood, was it?
The techniques that I use do not generally react with blood. So this impression in particular, I would say was not in blood.
Okay. Were you able to determine when the print was left on the hatchet?
No, there's no way currently to date when a latent print was deposited on an item.
Are you able to tell how old a latent print is?
No, because we're not able to date when it was placed on an item.
Okay. And how long can a latent print last?
Depending on the conditions and how the item is handled, they can last for basically an indefinite period of time. So it varies, but I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate timeline.
Now, if somebody leaves a latent palm print on an object, and then somebody else comes along and touches that same area and say uses that device, what would you expect to see? What effect would that have on the print?
It depends on several factors. So if the second individual was wearing gloves, only the first impression would be left behind. If the touches overlapped, we could have what would be considered a composite. So you could have multiple impressions sitting on top of one another. And how the item was handled potentially has the ability to destroy impressions that were previously there.
Okay. You'd call those smudges, wouldn't you?
Smudges can happen during first contact, second contact, but yes, that would be a smearing of the impression.
Okay. Were portions of this palm print readable and other portions were not readable?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, parts of the print were smudged.
Yes, that is common of most latent prints.
And as I understand it, from what you just said, that could indicate movement at the time that the print was deposited, right?
Yes.
Or it could indicate that somebody else used the device or touched the device after the print was deposited.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to determine if it was a result of the initial touch or subsequent handling.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you actually had the hatchet there in your hands, didn't you, when you tested it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that there's, if somebody owns that hatchet and they own it for a period of time and they have it in their house, I don't know exactly what you do with an SOG hatchet, but I'm assuming it's either a hunting or a wood cutting device or something to that effect. But in any event, it wouldn't be at all surprising to find their palm print on their own hatchet, would it?
No, it wouldn't. If it belongs to a given individual, it would not be surprising to find their prints on that item.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If this hatchet was scrubbed or washed in a shower, would you expect the latent prints to be destroyed?
Potentially, water and scrubbing has the ability to wash away or destroy latent impressions. Not having kind of more information, I wouldn't be able to say definitively if there would be no impressions at all.
Would it be more likely that these impressions were placed on the hatchet after the shower as opposed to before, based on your observations of them?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
But potentially the shower would wash away latent prints?
There is the potential, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Oh.
Mr. Blair?
Did you see anything on the hatchet which would indicate that that hatchet was cleaned or showered?
The appearance of the ridges had a beading-like appearance in some areas, which would indicate that the residue was potentially extra wet at the time that the latent print was deposited. So I wouldn't count it out that the hatchet could have been wet at the time the latent print was deposited.
Could that also be from sweat?
Yes.
So if somebody touches it when they're very sweaty, that could produce the same thing?
Yes, it'll give the same appearance whether the item is wet at the time of contract or whether the hands are wet.
Oh,
Mr. Nelson, are we all finished with the folks from the Ankeny lab?
Yes.
Okay,
Not bad.
thank you, ma'am. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
here, I'm over here messing around, but I was going to talk, but I think they might take a break.
Do we have another witness for the state?
Yes, we have Gage Claybaugh, and that we've done by Zoom, and we've recorded it because he is off in Europe somewhere today. So we would just play that by agreement.
Okay. Do you want to identify for the record, was his testimony taken under oath on a previous date?
Yes, it was an evidentiary deposition.
And is the date identified in the deposition?
I
If not, why don't you place that in the record about when the testimony was given
That would be July 11th, Judge.
of 2024? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have that queued up?
I have it ready to go.
Yeah, because see, he took a shower before the police got there. Because he was laying on the floor all soaking wet and covered in urine. What a crazy man. Is that me or? Oh, it's them.
What testing did you do?
Oh, I didn't get his
I
first
did
name.
our targeted screen is what it's called, and so it's a specific testing that we do if a case meets a certain criteria. So that criteria would be sex assaults, death investigations, or if it's requested by the officer. And it looks at different prescription drugs and some miscellaneous drugs.
This list that we have that's marked as Exhibit 35A with a whole lot of different compounds on it, would that be the compounds that you test for?
Yes.
What were your findings after doing the testing?
My testing was negative. So of the compounds on that list, I did not find any positives.
Was there a positive for marijuana metabolites? Or do you not?
Yes. I did not test for that.
Is that a separate test from someone else at the lab?
Correct. It is a separate test.
And then you did a report concerning your findings, is that correct?
Yep.
And Exhibit 35, would that be the report that you did?
I believe so, yes.
And the report essentially says that you found nothing, is that right?
Yes.
It says, your report says no additional controlled substance. What's the significance of the word additional?
Yeah, so at this time we had separate reports. So we do the initial screening and confirmational testing on one report, and then the targeted screen, which is what I did. We do that on a separate report. So if the other analysts found, had a positive test, then on my report, if I didn't find anything, we would write no additional controlled substances.
So when you do the testing, there's a minimum threshold, is there not?
Correct, there is.
So there could be an amount in the sample or the specimen that just did not meet the threshold, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if it be a prescription drug, the fact that you said a negative finding doesn't necessarily mean that a person was not taking
this
the drug.
guy here, this guy, his lawyer, Tyler's lawyer.
So my negative screen just means that no drugs passed.
Tyler's lawyer was the lawyer for my boyfriend's cousin for his OWI. I did take him to court for it, and he got caught in Dubuque County.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Hoover.
Yeah,
Just a minute.
Okay. So, Mr. Claybaugh, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is, as far as the test, did you not retest for any substance that was found positive, or it just when you retested it didn't meet the threshold?
You mind rephrasing that? Like, do you mean? Yeah. Would you?
Yeah, sure. So, if I understand correctly, there was an initial test done, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And it showed positive for some substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you did the targeted testing, did you not test for those substances that had already been found?
Correct. Yeah. So the substances that I tested for are all on that list, all of the ones on that list. There might be, I can't exactly remember if there's some similarities with the testing. There might be a couple drugs that are similar. But of the ones that were positive and sent on for this, I don't believe there were any that were the same.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. I don't believe there were any what?
I'm not sure. Do you want me to? I can just kind of rephrase. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah. So I was just saying there might be some. I can't remember exactly if there are any of the same drugs on the confirmation test with the general. There might be a few, and of the ones that were positive on that confirmational test, I don't believe any of those were.
No, this is Zoom that they did back in July before the court case. But he's not in court that day that they're doing this because he said it was a religious day for him. So he decided not to come to court. And I do believe he didn't come to court for the verdict either. He decided to stay home in his cell. I guess it's better for him to be there.
Okay. So, for example, if marijuana or some derivative of marijuana was on the previous test, you wouldn't have necessarily tested it on the targeted test, correct?
Correct.
And looking through that list, the THC is not on that list, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
I don't have anything further. Thank you very much, Mr. Claybaugh. We are finished for today.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
we have another witness for the state?
We do, however, she will not be here till 11.
Okay.
And as a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit exhibits 34, 35, and 35A.
Yes, I meant to cover that. There was an agreement by the parties during the deposition. Mr. Hoover, I assume no objection?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, 34, 35, and 35A are all admitted. Folks, good news, two things. We're ahead of schedule and you get a nice break now. Our next witness is scheduled to be here at 11. For a walk, you can go home if you live close enough, as long as you're back by 11 o'clock. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw any conclusions of any kind. Make sure you report back to the jury room.
He's in the Iowa Classification Center now. That's where they go before they send them off to prison. They spend a couple of years there to get them ready to go. And I didn't live very far from the Iowa Classification. I lived probably about a mile. There's a big fence around it where they can go outside and stuff. So thought I went far enough.
I'm a criminalist in the DNA section at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
No objection.
36 is admitted.
Could you explain
Oh my
what
God.
it is that you do at the laboratory?
So I'm a criminalist in the DNA section at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been there?
Yes.
I guess I don't get her name.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell me what that last number is?
This is my SOQ, or Statement of Qualifications.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your education, training, and work experience?
Yes.
I move to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is admitted.
Could you explain just what it is that you do at the laboratory?
So in the DNA casework section, we get evidence that is submitted by police agencies throughout the state. We look at that, we determine if we need to do any screening for body fluids, take samples for DNA, develop DNA profiles, and compare those to any known DNA profiles that are submitted in that case, write a report for our findings, and then testify if necessary.
Could you explain to the jury just exactly what DNA is?
It is the unit of heredity that is in all cells that have a nucleus in your body. You inherit half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father, and it is shown to be unique except in the case of identical twins.
Where is DNA found?
It's in the nucleus. The nuclear DNA that I test is found in the nucleus of the cells. So it's in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, skin.
How do you examine items for DNA?
Depending on the item and what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a body fluid, I will do first a visual exam in natural light. If I can't see anything with that, we have alternate light sources that we can use to try to visualize DNA. And then we do a screening test, if applicable, and take a sample from it.
How do you process DNA?
So the cutting that we take, or sample that we take, it goes into a tube, and then we do what's called an extraction, which gets the DNA out of the cells and into a solution. From that, we do what's called a quant that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample. And from that, we perform what's called an amplification that copies that DNA, and then we use a 3500 genetic analyzer to visualize that DNA profile.
What areas of DNA do you test?
There are currently 21 loci or locations on the DNA that we test. The profile that we develop, and we also develop profiles from known blood or buccal samples, and we make a comparison based on those two profiles to see if the alleles that are in each loci or location are the same or different.
So on about January 30th of this year, did you receive items from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
I did.
And did you in fact perform testing?
I did.
Did you author 2 separate reports concerning your testing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked, Case Exhibit 37 and 38. Can you tell me what those documents are?
37 is the DNA report that was issued on March 4th of 2024. That is my initial report. Item 38, Exhibit 38 is a report I issued on April 3rd of 2024.
Are these both true and accurate copies of your reports?
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit Exhibit 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 and 38 are both admitted.
So if we look at Exhibit 37, on the first page, there's a listing on there. Could you explain what that is?
That is under the heading of items as described by submitting agency. So the list lists the lab number that was assigned once submitted, the agency case or agency item number, and then the description that the agency gave us.
And then there's a listing of the items that you tested?
This was all that was submitted. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't necessarily test all of them?
Correct.
Why would you not test some of them?
We tried to look at what would be considered the most probative evidence first. And if we develop profiles from that, we don't necessarily look at everything in the case, but we can always go back if requested to.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 37?
Yes.
So of all those items, which ones did you test? Or should I start with which ones did you not?
Let's see here. The ones that I did not examine at that time were the nasal swabs, the right-hand finger clippings, and left-hand finger clippings from Tyler Dazey.
Those would be numbers 2, 3, and 4?
Correct.
And then if you go to the second page on your results of examination, that would explain that?
Yes. On also on items 15 and 16, which were the right.
Okay, you also did a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And were there any findings there of significance?
Well, screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the items, and no sperm were observed, and no DNA factors foreign to Jennifer Dazey were detected in the profiles developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample, the epithelial fraction of the anal sample, or the epithelial fraction of the vaginal sample.
So in layman's terms, no significant findings there?
There's nothing foreign to Jennifer Dazey.
Thank you. So then you also looked at items 7 and 8?
Well, thank God he didn't. How can I say that? Anything actual to his mother. Some people are sick and would do that. Okay, Cindy. See you when you get back.
Yes.
These were blood stains from the dining room and from the hallway, is that correct?
That's what they're labeled as, yes.
What were your findings on those specimens?
For item 7, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from the dining room, and the DNA profile developed to match the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So it's safe to say that the blood belonged to Jennifer Dazey?
Unless she has an identical twin.
And that would be the same for for number 8, 7 and 8 both?
Yes, screening also indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from hallway floor, and the DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey with the same statistic.
Okay, item number 9 was a swab from the bathroom sink. What were your findings on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom sink. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals, and due to the mixture complexity, no further interpretations can be made.
Could you explain a little bit about what the mixture and complexity mean as it pertains to DNA?
So when I said you get half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father. So you have 1 or 2 alleles at each location. When you have multiple people, you will see 3 or 4 alleles at each location. When there's not enough difference in the contributors, if they're about equal or if there's a very low amount, you'll be able to see that you have multiple people, but you won't be able to separate the 2 profiles out.
So in other words, there was DNA there, there was just a mix and you couldn't pull out any individual people, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at item number 10, the hatchet. What were your findings on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 stains on the blade and head of the hatchet.
Did you do that screening for blood or did someone else?
I did.
When you handled the hatchet, what condition was it in?
No, it was.
Did it appear to have been cleaned or scrubbed or washed?
Not that was obvious, no.
Were there, cakes of mud or dirt or anything on it?
Not that I recall.
Did you find blood on the handle?
Yes.
What were your determinations on that?
So I took one sample at this time from one of the areas, and the DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And again, meaning to lay people?
There's some DNA on there, but there's not enough to determine a profile that is strong enough for comparison.
Okay. Item number 11, you took a sample from the bathtub drain. What was your findings there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathtub. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Tyler Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 130 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you find evidence of blood in the sample that you took from the bathtub drain?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs, yes.
Was there any testing done to determine whether that was human, animal, or other type of blood?
No, the only thing I did at this time was the DNA testing after that.
Okay, so the DNA testing that you did, you found DNA, but that didn't necessarily come from the blood, did it?
It's possible it came from another source, yes.
So if someone took a shower and shed skin or hair or any other things, that could give up DNA as well, is that right?
Yes.
How does DNA degrade?
So with cleaning products, for example, in our lab, we use either alcohol or bleach, a 10% bleach solution to clean between cases and clean our racks and stuff that we put samples in. So that would degrade UV light. So that any other cleaning products and sometimes time, heat, they can all degrade DNA.
If a person had taken a shower recently, would you think there'd be a better probability of finding DNA? All right, let's look at number 12. And 13, we might as well do them together. Those are blood spatters. What were your findings on those?
So for number 12 and 13, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box and bedroom wall. The DNA profiles developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So when you get those samples, there may be DNA in a house, for instance, on the wall of someone, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if you have blood on there and you take that sample, is the likelihood of the DNA being in the blood higher than the DNA that would just be pre-existing on the wall before the blood was there?
Yes.
So it would be very unlikely to take a sample of blood and find that the primary contributor was the person whose DNA was on the wall to begin with, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think it would be more likely in this for blood on a wall when you take a sample for the DNA profile, especially a single source, to be from the blood as opposed to background DNA that's on the wall.
So the blood would be the primary one, as you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And there may be other DNA mixed in, but it's going to be minimal.
In circumstances, yes.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 38. Yes. May I publish Exhibit 38?
Yes.
And again, on this one, we've got, did you test all 4 of those?
I did.
And this was a follow-up testing?
Yes.
You did later. Why did you do a follow-up testing?
I spoke with somebody from the Butte Police Department and they requested additional testing.
Okay, so let's look at 3 and 4. What were those?
3, the screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the right-hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the right-hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
That would not be uncommon, would it?
No.
In taking fingernail clippings?
That's not uncommon, no.
How about item number 10?
The screening indicated the presence of blood on 2 areas of the handle of the hatchet. No DNA profile was developed from swabs of the area on the SOG side of the hatchet handle. The DNA profile developed from swabs of the area under the S on the hatchet handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.5 octillion.
May I approach you?
Yes.
And is that the same hatchet that you examined?
Yes, it is.
Can you see your marks on there?
Yes, I can.
Could you show the jury where you did the testing on there?
On this side, under the blade side on the handle, is where you can see I've circled it and I have 10.1 listed. 10.2 is adjacent to that on the adjacent side of the handle. And then 10.3 is a small stain here under where it says the SOG here on the, towards the bottom half of the handle. And that's where I circled and tested that area.
So when you say under the S, that means below it on the handle, not actually under it.
Correct.
So your findings on 2 of those did not show any DNA, or you couldn't get a profile, is that right? Or am I missing that?
Yes. So in 10.1, the DNA factors detected were 2 weak. 10.2 did not develop a profile. And that answers your question?
Yes. And that was Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor, yes.
Yes. And you had another individual there, but that was not enough to develop the profile, is that right?
Right. There was one additional factor present that was insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you take swabs of the blade of that hatchet at some point?
Yes.
What did you find from that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the blade of the hatchet. The DNA factors detected from swabs of the blade of the hatchet were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Could that be that there may have been blood on there which had been scrubbed or wiped away and left some DNA, but not enough to make a profile?
That's possible.
Did you find any actual blood on that weapon when you tested it?
The 3 areas that screen positive for the presence of blood.
But that wasn't visible to the naked eye, was it?
No, there were small and dilute stains.
Yeah, so you had to test for that just to pull it out of there. Cleaned of blood at some point, leaving only that little bit of residue behind.
That's outside my area of expertise.
Fair enough. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination. I've got it.
Yes.
Now, and you just testified about that in some detail, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about a few of these things. One of the things I want to ask you about is sources of DNA. Blood is one source of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
What other sources of DNA are there?
Saliva, skin cells, seminal fluid.
Okay. We excrete DNA pretty much all the time, don't we?
I'm not sure what you mean by excrete.
Well, for example, there's even some small amount of DNA in the moisture in my breath. And when I touch something, if I'm the type of person who leaves DNA, I would leave DNA on pretty much anything and everything I touch.
Potentially.
And the longer I'm in an area, for example, if we're talking about my bedroom, or we're talking about an item that I handle on a regular basis, like a jewelry box, I could leave a lot of DNA on those items, couldn't I?
You could.
If I've been living in a location for a number of years, those skin cells can actually accumulate, can't they?
Yes.
And I understand there's some degradation, but depending on the level of cleaning and what's used to clean, and we can clean with some things and it doesn't really affect the DNA, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about a few of the items up here. I understand that initially you did not test items 2, 3, and 4. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about those when we get over to State's Exhibit 38. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 7.
Sorry, y'all, I'm here. I had to make my water. My mouth was getting really dry. But I feel like we've already, is this video cutting out for you? Because I have it running in my room so I can hear myself. And when I walked in there, it seemed like the video was like lagging a little bit. But I don't know if there's anyone in here watching. So sorry about that.
Now, this is reported as being a swab from a possible blood stain in the dining room.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we heard, well, I believe on direct examination, you testified that you were able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes.
And that the swab tested positive for blood. Is that right?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Did you say that that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I did not.
If you did say that, that's actually more than you can say, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You can't say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
No, I can only say that the profile developed from that swab matches her.
Okay. And that's for a couple of different reasons. Number one, did you test item 7 to determine if it was human or animal blood?
I did not do that test, no.
Were you aware that there was animal blood in the area?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't test to determine whether or not the blood stain in item 7 was human or animal blood?
Correct, I did not.
And as I understand it, when you swab an area, especially if it's wet, for example, if I touch a table and I walk away, but if I get that wet with something and I swab it then, doesn't that actually increase the number of skin cells and stuff that I'm going to pull off of that item that I'm swabbing? Potentially, if there's skin cells there.
Okay.
If there's DNA, touch DNA on that item, and I then moisten it a little bit, and then I swab it, I'm going to get the moisture, but I'm also going to get the touch DNA, aren't I?
You could potentially, if there's some there, yes.
Okay. And the fact that it's moist might actually increase the likelihood that I get that touch DNA, doesn't it?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know if the DNA profile that you detected, and I understand it was Jennifer Dazey's DNA to the 310 octillion or something like that. Is that right?
The statistic, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that DNA came from the blood, or did it come from skin cells or touch DNA that was located in that same area that was swabbed?
That cannot be determined.
And the likelihood of whether or not it came from one or the other would depend on whether or not that was animal or human blood, to some extent, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
Because if it was animal blood, you're not getting human DNA from it, right?
Correct.
It would also depend to some extent on how much exposure to her DNA that location on the floor had, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
All right. And that's essentially why you're not tested positive for blood. You're not able to tell us whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood.
I cannot say that, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you would expect to find touch DNA and, well, essentially touch DNA or skin cell DNA from other DNA sources for someone where they live?
In some areas more than others, but yes, in the area they live.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of these. Number 8 is a swab from a possible bloodstain in a hallway. Did you screen to see? Well, let me ask you this: did you screen to determine whether blood was present?
Yes.
Okay. Did you screen to determine whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that DNA profile came from the blood, or could it have come from other touch DNA located on the swab?
I cannot say with any certainty that it came, or I cannot say for sure whether it came from the blood, no.
DNA on the hallway floor right outside her bedroom in a house where she's lived for several years. Would it?
Okay, welcome back.
General floor in a house, I would
Thank
not necessarily
you.
expect to find that a large amount
Thank
of
you
DNA.
for coming back. Yay, Cindy. I'm gonna do something. I don't normally do this, but let's do it. Did you hear it? I really don't play sounds very often. I don't know. I just ain't into the sounds and background. I'm a more serious to the point type of person. I don't like to I don't know how to explain myself. I'm just really weird. But I love true crime and I enjoy doing it for you guys. So yeah, so I had to cut in anyways. So welcome back, Cindy. You got an applause. How was that applause for you? I hope you enjoyed it. Here, let me do it again. Just for good time. All right, I will continue. Only now, if Kathy were to come in and say, I'm here, then she would get one too. All right, let's continue on.
So is it possible? Yes.
Okay. Did you find a large amount of DNA?
I'd have to refer to my notes to see what the estimate of that was.
Okay.
Girl, you should feel special all the time. All the time you should feel special.
Let's talk about item 9, which is the swab from a possible blood stain in the bathroom sink. Did you screen that swab for blood?
Yes.
And was there blood present?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test to see whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
There was DNA factors detected, yes.
Okay. Were you able to develop a profile?
I'm not sure what you mean by develop a profile.
Were you able to determine whose DNA it was?
No, I was not able to determine whose DNA it was.
All right. Sorry, they have our computers on a timer. With regards to, we'll skip item 10 because for the moment, with regards to item 11, that's the swab from around the bathtub drain, and I think you expect to find a lot of different sources of DNA in a bathtub drain, wouldn't you?
There are potentially a lot of sources, yes.
Okay. Now, this was swabbed. You didn't actually see the drain. You just saw the swab from the drain, right?
Correct. I saw only the swab.
Okay. Were you able, did you screen the swab for blood?
Yes.
Okay. Did the screening test positive for blood?
The screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
And I apologize because, I mean, obviously you know what my next question is on each of these, but we still need to go slow so that she can take it all down. We can't talk. Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop?
There was a mixture of DNA on this, and the profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known of Tyler Dazey.
Now, are you able to say that that's Tyler Dazey's blood?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And that's because the DNA profile could have come from, well, skin strain.
Potentially, yes.
And you would expect to find somebody's DNA in the bathtub drain where they tend to bathe, wouldn't you?
I would say it would not be an unexpected finding to find their DNA there.
Okay.
Oh no, Cindy, everything gonna be
Item
okay if you
12.
want to message
This is an
me.
interesting one. Item number 12
You need
is a
to
swab from
vent.
possible blood stain top of the jewelry box in the bedroom.
Well, I was trying
That's
something to put on the screen that says welcome back, and I found the minion
Correct.
thing.
I only saw the swab.
I paid for it.
Did you screen the swab for blood?
I did.
And
But I can
did
screen
it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box.
Did you test to see whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
See, you just never know when
Were
someone
you able to
needs.
develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes.
And
You just never know when someone needs to smile. That's why on the ending of my intro it says
DNA
make
profile were you
someone
able to develop on the
smile
swab?
The
today.
DNA profile developed to match the known of Jennifer Dazey.
Now, and this may seem silly, but you're not actually able to say that that DNA profile came from the blood, are you?
No, I cannot say that.
So you can't actually even say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
I cannot say that.
Moving on to item number 13. Testimony on direct examination was that,
An unexpected finding either.
okay. Was item number 13 tested to determine whether or not there was blood present?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of the test?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bedroom wall.
Did you test to see whether or not it was animal or human blood?
No, I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes, I was.
And as I understand it, that was Jennifer Dazey's DNA.
Correct.
Are you able to tell us whether or not that DNA came from the blood on the swab, or did it come, or could it have come from other sources of touch DNA on the swab?
I cannot say.
So you're not able to actually tell us whether or not that blood is Jennifer Dazey's blood either.
I cannot say that.
Let's move to State's Exhibit number 38. The state didn't really talk about this one, but I think I want to talk about it just to emphasize the point. Item number 2, that was a nasal swab collected actually from Tyler Dazey, wasn't it?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. And you would expect to find Tyler Dazey's DNA in his nose, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. It would be in the mucus in his nose. He's got hair in his nose. I mean, all those different sources.
Mucus and skin cells, yes.
Okay. Now, when you tested, did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the nasal swabs from Tyler Dazey.
Okay. Did you test that to determine whether or not it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA profile were you able to find in the swab?
There is no DNA factors for
DNA in the swab?
Yes.
Okay. But interestingly enough, you're not able to say that that was Tyler Dazey's blood, are you?
I am not.
And that would be for the same reasons we've discussed before, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's talk about item 10. All right. I understand that you screened 2 additional, item 10, you initially screened 1 area. Is that right?
I initially screened 3 areas.
Okay.
Actually, on the handle only?
Right.
Okay, so there's 3 areas on the handle that I screened initially.
When I look back at, when you screened those 3 areas initially, what did you find in your report dated March 4th?
Screening indicated the presence of blood.
As I understand it, at that time, you only tested 1 for DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be the one that's marked on the hatchet as 10.1?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any DNA factors at that time?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
The DNA factors were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Did you test to determine whether or not that was human or animal blood?
10.1, I did not.
And I think you said that you also tested the blade and head of the hatchet?
Correct.
But you didn't find blood on the blade or head of the hatchet?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on blade and head of the hatchet.
Now, your report dated April 3rd. You then tested 2 more spots on the hatchet, as I understand it, 10.2 and 10.3. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, these 2 areas had already tested positive for the presence of blood?
Yes, screening indicated the presence of blood on those 2 areas.
Did you test to determine whether or not it was animal or human blood?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine?
It was human blood.
All right.
The screening test indicated.
For both 10.2 and 10.3?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to develop, as I understand it, a DNA profile on only 10.3?
Yes.
And that was the DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey?
Correct.
Were you able to detect any DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
And I know you testified on direct examination a little about this, but the fact that you were able to detect DNA on the blade of the hatchet what does that indicate with regards to the likelihood that the hatchet was washed or cleaned or scrubbed?
I can't say that's outside my area of expertise. I can't say whether that indicates or does not indicate cleaning.
Have to be, right?
I can't say this for the DNA. I can just say it did not screen. The screening test did not indicate the presence of blood.
But there was DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
There were factors detected, but not enough to make any interpretation.
With regards to the DNA profile that you developed on 10.3, all right, are you able to say definitively that that came from the blood?
No.
So you're not able to say whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I cannot say that.
Were you ever asked to test a shower curtain?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. You're a scientist, aren't you?
Yes.
You can't say much of anything in the scientific world with absolute certainty, can you?
No.
So you're coming from, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolute certainty. But in many cases, you can say there's a very high likelihood, couldn't you?
Yes.
So if you take swabs of blood off the floor and off of the jewelry box on the wall, it is possible to get other DNA, correct?
Correct.
But isn't blood usually swabbed because it's a very good source of DNA?
Yes.
So when you take a blood swab off of a wall or jewelry box or any other item, wouldn't you expect that to be the dominant contributor when you're testing for DNA, as opposed to background DNA that might have been there before?
In most cases, yes.
When you do a blood screen, that's just a test for blood or not blood, isn't it?
Correct.
And for the most part, it doesn't test for human or animal. It's just blood, right?
For those screening tests, it suggests whether or not it is blood.
If you tested animal blood, would you expect to find animal DNA?
With the testing that I do, we only detect human DNA.
So if it were animal blood, you wouldn't detect anything based on your testing, correct?
I would not get a profile from animal blood with the testing that I do.
If you had animal blood, you're probably not going to get a DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey from that, are you?
It would not come from animal blood if it was her.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Blair?
That's kind of a misleading question, though, isn't it? Because the swab doesn't just have the blood on it, does it?
I don't know what the swab has on it, besides that it's screen positive for blood.
Right. And if it is animal blood and you detect human DNA, that human DNA would have had to come from some other source, right?
Yes, if it was animal blood and a human DNA profile, it would have had to come from some other source.
Okay. So when you say that blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA, only human blood is a dominant, whether or not it's human or animal blood. You don't know whether or not the human DNA came from the blood or from some other source of DNA.
I can't say with certainty that a profile from blood swab does not have any other sources of DNA in it.
And that's one of the reasons why you're not able to tell us whether or not any of the blood is.
I cannot say with certainty that the profiles I developed from the swabs are her blood, no.
Not just with, well, not even a reasonable degree of certainty, are you?
There's no statistic or studies that I'm aware of that have tried to determine a number to put to that or a degree of certainty.
Okay. Nothing further.
Not to beat dead horses, but you can't say with absolute certainty, but you can say with a pretty high likelihood, can't you?
Yes, we do use known blood samples taken from a person to develop known profiles, so can't give a real number or certainty to if it was another source.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect spot for us to break for lunch. Remember the admonition I've given you before? Report back to the jury room. We'll try to start up again around 1:20.
Okay, sounds good. Lunchtime. Sorry, I was trying to get my scanner thing to work on my Libra thing, but for some reason it's not working on my phone. And I've already poked myself with it. I think I might have went too far.
There. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Kurt, K-U-R-T, Rosenthal, R-O-S-E-N-T-H, Dubuque Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I will have 22 years on this September.
What are your present duties?
I am an investigator with the Criminal Investigation Division.
How long have you been there?
I'll be back there for 5 years coming this September.
Do you have any special training and qualifications required to do your job?
I've been through multiple trainings over my career specific to CID. I've been to crime scene schools, interview and interrogation, homicide school, and countless others.
Do you have certain trainings and certifications that are required as part of your employment?
Yes, sir.
Are you up to date on all of that?
I am.
On January 18th of this year, were you called to 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature?
Alerted of a suspicious death call at 6.
I just wrote his name in the wrong
gathered up in
place.
the office. At that point in time, we were advised
Yes.
that the decedent was Jennifer Dazey, and it appeared that it was a homicide.
Did you respond to that alone, or did you go with somebody?
No, at 9:03 that morning, Corporal Hoff and I got in a car together and traveled up to Avoca, arrived on scene about 9:10.
When you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
As soon as we got on scene, we were advised that the initial person who found Miss Dazey had encountered her son, Tyler Dazey, inside the residence, and we believed that he was still inside. So at that time, I went to the south side of the residence as part of the perimeter.
Were there other officers also securing the perimeter?
Yes, there was multiple officers on scene.
What do you do when you take the perimeter?
We're just covering points of exit, make sure somebody doesn't run out the back door or jump out a window.
You also looking so nobody goes in while officers are clearing?
Absolutely.
And you also check for signs of forced entry?
Yes, but based on where I was located, that really wasn't a duty of mine.
At some point, did you learn that the house was cleared and someone was in custody?
Yes, I heard radio traffic from one of the patrol officers inside that they had one in custody.
What did you do at that point?
At that point in time, I circled around to the front of the residence, and at the front door, I came in contact with my captain, Captain Style. He'd already been inside, kind of briefed me on the injuries that he observed, and noted that Tyler Dazey was in fact the person they had in custody. At that point in time, we kind of decided who was going to do what moving forward, and I was tasked with trying to interview Mr. Dazey at the law enforcement center. And then Corporal Stater was going outside to get a Tyvek suit so that we could dress Mr. Dazey, and that's when I entered the residence.
What did you observe when you entered the residence?
I walked through the living room and to the north portion of the house where the two bedrooms were. As I got in that area to my left in the west bedroom, I saw Officer Slight down on a knee, and he had secured Mr. Dazey, who was face down on the ground and was naked. Corporal Leck was also in that room. At that time, another officer on scene directed me back to the living room to point out Echo, the dog, dead on the couch. I then returned back to the area of the bedrooms. I peered into the east bedroom, and I could see that Miss Dazey was clearly deceased in her bed. I took a few steps into that room. I was only in the room for maybe 15 seconds, but I was able to note the severe lacerations to her head and face. There was pooling of blood near her right side of her neck, and I could also see that she had a couple fingers severed on her left hand. I backed out, and then I went back into the west bedroom where Mr. Dazey was being secured.
Did you observe a toolbox in that bedroom?
I did. Inside of that bedroom, there was a large black and blue toolbox on wheels like a mechanic would have in their shop.
At some point along the way, this is much later than being at the house, we'll come back here, but did you have any involvement in tracking Kylie Frey's movements around on January 17th in Chandler, and what was the purpose?
I don't know if anybody spoke of this yet, but I think we have over 1,000 traffic cameras within the city of Dubuque. Pretty much every main intersection in town is covered. The downtown area, there's pretty much every single corner is covered. So I utilized traffic camera footage to track her movements throughout the 17th and the early hours of the 18th. At the time, Kylie was residing in the 2400 block of Jackson. There is a bank of cameras right at 24th and Jackson. So I started reviewing those from the morning of the 17th, and I was able to track her movements all the way until she comes to the scene on Avoca after police were already on scene.
Why were you tracking her movements via those cameras?
As part of any investigation, especially in a homicide, not only are we looking for evidence to identify possible suspects, we're also trying to exclude potential suspects. So in this case, we're just following up on her statement she gave to other officers about her whereabouts.
So when you start an investigation, it's kind of a broad net you throw out. You don't get a narrow focus and pick a couple of people and only investigate them?
No, even in this case, day one, we arrest our suspect, but that doesn't end work. There could be other people that were potentially involved. New information could come in, so we want to get on that early, try to figure out who is all involved in this, family, friends of Jennifer, see what they had going on in the days leading up.
Do you know if Nick Frey was also tracked on cameras?
Yes, I believe that was tasked with investigation.
After doing all of that, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with a Life 360 application for phones?
I have a general idea of what it is.
Were you provided with data on that from Kylie Frey?
Yes, Lieutenant Crable on January 19th had met with Kylie, and she provided her Life 360 data from her phone to Crable.
Did you end up with that data?
I did. After I had tracked Kylie over those 2 days on traffic cameras, then I reviewed the Life 360. When I looked at them side by side, mirrored one another.
By the way, how long did it take you to review all those traffic cameras and track her on those days?
Well, I first picked her up on the morning of the 17th, leaving her residence about 9:25, and then I watched her until just short of 11 a.m. the next day. I have her at home throughout the night, Wednesday night into Thursday. I watched that camera throughout the entire night. So it took me hours to watch that 26 hours of footage.
Did you at some point compare the data from that Life 360 to what you found in your review of traffic cameras?
Yes, I know they mirrored one another.
In all respects?
Sorry?
That was in all respects?
Yes, the Life 360, the first data, the oldest data that was provided to Crable was Wednesday afternoon around the 3:30 hour. So obviously I have more details as far as movements.
All night, the night of the 17th into the 18th?
No, she gets dropped off. She works at the Village Inn on
Amy and I used to have the Life 360 too, but she got mad at me and deleted it. So I didn't ask for it anymore, but little does she know I can still keep up on her on my iPhone. So I know where she's at. I know where she's at in Davenport, traveling around. She can't hide from mommy. Yeah, I know it's free, but she got mad at me one day and deleted it. But we both have iPhones and they're connected, so we just use that. I do. I don't know. She probably knows, but she just hasn't disconnected. Come on, Huffy Puffy, get off. You're sweating to death. God, the dog's over here panting because the heat is hitting her. I still can't get my Libra thing to scan my phone. I already have it in my arm and I can't get it. So now I'm stuck with this thing on my arm. Oh my God.
Yeah, okay. She gets dropped off by a coworker right about 10:30. They stop right in the middle of the street in a white Nissan SUV. I can see Kylie get out of the passenger seat and then walk to her residence. I watched the entirety of that night on Jackson Street, and the next time I see her is right before 8 o'clock. She steps outside of her residence, gets in a cab. That cab drives her directly to the Village Inn. She goes back to work. She's there at 8:05, and the next news I see from her is when Jennifer's neighbor, Jill Risselman, she picks her up in a green Jeep about 10:52 in the morning, and she drives her direct to the neighborhood on Avoca, showing up there about 11 o'clock.
And did that 360 data match up with that?
On Wednesday evening, being home until I see her get in that cab and leave the next morning.
Now, in terms of possibilities, would it be possible for her to have slipped out the back door and evaded the traffic cameras and left her phone at home?
There's possible, and there's probable. Is it possible? But we have absolutely zero evidence showing that she ever left the residence.
Okay, now at some point in your investigation, you had contact with Tyler Dazey, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. When I entered the bedroom, when I was first on scene while we were waiting, someone to bring that Tyvek suit.
Did you have anything to do with putting on the Tyvek suit? Did you assist?
Well, I did. I zipped it up.
What's the purpose of a Tyvek suit?
In this case, it was to preserve any possible evidence that would contain on Tyler or Mr. Dazey's body, specifically if there's any blood, hairs, or DNA from Jennifer.
And it has little boots to go with it as well?
Correct. It's all one piece.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object knowing where this is going. I will evidence 4.41, 5.402, and 5.
did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Well, the first thing I noted was his erection. But then once we got him onto his feet, he had a blank stare. Moving slowly, lethargically, but he was following our commands.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey at that time?
Not really a conversation. I introduced myself. I told him that he wasn't being placed under arrest, but he was being detained, and that we were going to be transporting him to the law enforcement center. We would talk to him down there. I asked him if he understood. He didn't respond audibly, but he did nod to me.
Did you end up taking him to the hospital first?
We ended up shifting gears, and eventually Officer Hasselbacher and I would transport him to Mercy.
Why did you decide to take him to the hospital?
Based on how he was acting, we were concerned that he may have ingested some kind of substance before police arrival, and we wanted to make sure that his vitals were stable and he was medically cleared before we took any further steps in the investigation. Went to the behavioral health room because it wasn't so much he didn't have any traumatic injuries or anything that needed to be dealt with right away. Hasselbacher took him into that room. I met with staff just to explain to them the purpose of us being there and what we needed from them.
Was staff familiar with him?
Yes, one of the nurses specifically was familiar with Mr. Dazey.
Was Mr. Dazey examined?
He was by both nurses and the ER doctor.
What was the result of that examination to the extent you know?
They advised me that his vitals were all stable, he was cognizant, and they would be clearing him medically.
Okay, so while you were at the hospital, was there any decisions made regarding search warrants?
There was. Prior to us ever leaving Avoca, we knew that we'd be applying at this time for at least 2 search warrants, one for the house on Avoca and one for Tyler Dazey's person to collect any potential evidence. I contacted Captain Style, my captain, and then Hoff, who was working on the search warrant applications, to see what we specifically wanted to apply for, what we wanted to gather evidence.
Did you stay at the hospital pending that warrant?
Yes, I advised hospital staff that we were going to hang tight there because we can't draw blood. We need the techs up there to do that. So we just stayed up there awaiting approval for the search warrant from the judge.
Was the warrant approved ultimately?
It was.
While you were waiting for the warrants, did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey?
I did, and it was specific to the search warrant. Both Hoff and I assumed that Mr. Dazey lived at 1605 Avoca, but I had not confirmed that with him. So after my conversation with Hoff, I walked back into the BH room and I asked Mr. Dazey stayed at his mom's residence, if that was his normal residence. His response was, "Whose mom?" I then asked him, "Is Jennifer Dazey your mother?" And his response to that question was pretentious.
Did you feel he was being obstinate with you at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, he was excited.
It's leading sustained.
I hope it was that and not. Oh my God.
At some point, Mr. Dazey needed to use the bathroom.
Yeah, that was roughly about 25 minutes after
It hit the ground earlier really hard.
Urinate. I knew that we were working on getting a search warrant to collect his urine, so I asked him if he could just hold tight. We had some processing to do. That's when he stated to me, "We're going to collect your urine." He then said, "I got to pee." Again, I urged him to just hold on for a couple minutes. He then leaned back in the sofa that he was seated on, and I could hear him urinating inside the Tyvek suit.
Did he do that more than once?
Multiple times while we were at the hospital.
Did at one point you tell him that he could have held it?
I did. I was a little disturbed that a grown man wouldn't hold his urine for a couple of minutes, and his answer to that was, "Wars are meant to be fought."
Did you try to collect a sample at one point when he was urinating?
Yes, approximately an hour later, we had already secured the search warrant. I advised Mercy staff that we were ready to do the collection. They were outside our room just getting their gear ready to go. I walked back in the room. Mr. Dazey advised that he had to urinate again. At this point in time, he crawled down on the floor, asked if I could help him up. I helped him up off the floor. I told him, "Hey, you don't have to pee in your suit this time. Staff's going to walk in any minute. We'll have you urinate into a cup." Within seconds, staff walks in, and as they walk through the front door, or walk into the door of the room, I hear him urinating in his suit again. I scrambled to try to unzip his suit and asked one of the nurses to bring over a collection cup. By the time that happens, we got just a very small sample.
Did you have another effort at collecting a sample?
Yeah, approximately 40 minutes later, Officer Skrupski and I had transported Mr. Dazey from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. I was at my desk. Skrupski was in the interview room with Dazey, just urinated again. So I asked Skrupski to escort Mr. Dazey to the bathroom, and I had a collection cup with me. We met in there. Again, I had unzipped his Tyvek suit to expose him. At that point in time, he thought that he felt as though he needed to urinate, but he didn't know if he could, and thought it might be a couple seconds. He then stated, "I'm not trying to dick you around." I told him, "Hey, we got time. We'll just sit here. Let me know when you need to go." Within a matter of seconds, he said, "Quantum entanglement, brother," and he started urinating. I was only a step away with the cup. I was able to reach into his stream and got a proper sample.
What was his demeanor at that time?
Completely cognizant, like he's telling me, "I'm not trying to mess with you here. I got to pee, but it's going to take me a second." He was, in my opinion, completely aware of what was happening.
At some point, did you observe and photograph Mr. Dazey?
Yes, as part of the search warrant execution, which we did after the interview, a part of that we took photos. I took photos of his person. During that time, I noted some abrasions on the backside of his right hand, 2 on his index finger, 1 on this middle knuckle, and 1 on this knuckle, and then a 3rd abrasion to his ring finger, middle knuckle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I took that photo.
I would move to have Exhibit 41 admitted.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object pursuant to 5.403. I think that photograph is just flat out inappropriate.
What?
Yes.
Something was wrong with him, Cindy. Quite the character.
Okay, State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. I don't think you're plugged in.
Were you able to identify the person that you took the photo of?
Yes, that is a photo of Mr. Tyler Dazey.
And you positively identified him as such?
Correct.
And is he the same Tyler Dazey that is the defendant in this case? Did you interview Mr. Dazey at the Law Enforcement Center?
Yes, Corporal Gorell and I interviewed him at 12:01 p.m. that afternoon in a recorded interview room in our CID offices.
Did you ask him about his sleep from the day before, the night before?
I did. That is a question that I regularly ask most people that I interview, just their normal sleep patterns. And I asked Mr. Dazey specifically how much sleep he had gotten the night before. He advised that he didn't get much sleep, upwards to maybe an hour at the most.
Did you also ask him when he last showered?
I did. I asked him about his bathing habits, and he advised that he used the shower in the main floor bathroom. He advised that he had taken 1 shower the evening before after he had a workout. He ballparked that to be around 8 p.m. and then he advised he'd take another shower just prior to police coming into his home that morning. And that is why he was naked.
Did you ask him if he owns a hatchet?
I did. Mr. Dazey acknowledged that he did own a hatchet. He advised me that he kept that hatchet in his toolbox within his bedroom, and he also noted that he had actually observed that hatchet that morning.
Did Mr. Dazey make any statements concerning his discipline and awareness of surroundings?
There were multiple times in the interview where he stressed how disciplined he was and how he was very aware of everything around him and what was happening.
Did you ask any questions about the layout of the house?
I did, and as soon as I asked that question, he said, "You were there." So he was obviously recognized I was in the room with him earlier that morning.
Did you ask him about his relationship with his mother?
I did. His response was, "It's fine, except for when she's acting sneaky like a witch." He then went on to talk about how his mother was part of a covenant of witches. I also asked, I followed that up with how he thought his mom thought of him. And his answer to that question was, "I think she hated me so much that she hated herself."
Did you ask when he last had a conversation with his mother?
Yes, he advised that was just before police came in and got him. And at the time
she took place?
Yes, he stated that his mother was in her bed, again, noting that she was practicing witchcraft.
Did you ask about specific events that morning?
I did multiple times throughout the interview. Early on, when I tried to hone in on what he was doing in the minutes, the hours before police arrived, he would either say that he didn't remember or he would shift the topic. Then toward the end of the interview, I again asked him what he could specifically recall happening. Police got there, and he said that he was having a conversation in his head that he did not want to think about. This conversation was about trauma. He didn't want to think about it, and he would not expand on that when I asked him what that conversation was.
Did you ask him about his mom's witchcraft?
We went into that in a little more detail. He described her witchcraft as putting evil on him. He said just evil. I then asked him how he felt about his mother practicing witchcraft. And I think that is when he gets into stating something similar to, I just gave up. I just don't care. I don't need her to validate me. He then followed that comment up with, why would I care what a whore thinks? You sit around and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks?
Did he say anything about, you know how witches are?
Yeah, was in reference to, I asked him if he'd ever called his mother a whore to her face. And he said, yeah, I did. I asked how his mom responded to that. He said, she's a witch. You know what witches are. Oh, I'm better than you. I will be your fear. I will be your enemy.
Did you ask him to explain his mother's traumatic injuries?
Yes, about an hour and 18 minutes into the interview, I got to the point where I wanted him to explain the significant severe injuries that she had. And when I asked him how she got these traumatic injuries, his response was witchcraft. I then specified that I was referring to the physical injuries to her body. He again responded witchcraft. I then asked him, I was going to need a little better understanding of how witchcraft could cause such injuries. At that time, Mr. Dazey ended the interview.
Did you leave the recorder on when you left the interview room?
Yes, the recorder stayed on until we were all done executing the search warrant on Mr. Dazey's person. So at the conclusion of the interview, that's when I told him that we had to collect evidence from him, provide him a copy of the search warrant. Corell and I then exited the room to gather up our gear for collection. Mr. Dazey made some comments aloud when we were out of the room.
What did he say? What were the comments?
He stated, I would gladly spend an eternity in hell if she could just have a chance at heaven.
Was Mr. Dazey also alone in the squad car when you brought him to the port, when he was brought to the port down at the law enforcement center?
Yes, so Skorupski and I transported him from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. Once we pulled into the Sally port, the two of us, I exited the squad car. In that process, then we got him out. So he was in the squad car for over a minute before we pulled him out. After the fact, I went back and reviewed that footage from the squad car.
Did he say anything during that time he was in the squad car?
He did. Mr. Dazey made a couple comments during that time. He stated at first, they will never figure out the psychology. You have a choice. Conquer me or hell it is. He then stated, I love you. I'm tired. And that was the end of the comments.
Now, before Mr. Dazey was taken up to the jail floor after the interview, did he say anything spontaneously?
Yes, it was actually, he and I were just standing in the interview room together because we collected the Tyvek suit as evidence. I was waiting for Gorell to return with some clothing. We weren't talking. I wasn't questioning him. And he just stated aloud, witchcraft, brother, witchcraft. A lot that is wrong with my life. When people are trying to get in your way, when you're just trying to pursue happiness.
Did you tell him he was being arrested before he was taken up to the jail floor?
I did. He actually asked me if he was getting showered in, referring to going up to the jail floor. It was at that time I told him he was being arrested for the murder of his mother. His response was, it's hard to argue witchcraft in court, isn't it?
During all of your interactions with Mr. Dazey, did he at any time ever deny harming his mother or the dog?
Not once.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. On direct examination, you talked a little bit about watching the traffic. Are there any traffic cameras on Avoca?
There are not.
And which traffic camera were you watching on the corner of 24th and Jackson?
There's a camera at 24th and Jackson directed to the north, which captures the block in which she lives in, or lived in at the time.
And does it show the front door of residence?
It does not. Her door is on the south side of the residence, recessed away from the street. The front door is actually for the apartment upstairs.
All right. And are there any other exits from her residence?
There is. There is a back door on the main floor.
Okay. And I take it from your traffic camera, you couldn't observe those?
No.
All right. Life 360, and I think you talked about this a little bit, but Life 360 only actually tracks the phone, doesn't it?
Correct.
All right. So if the phone doesn't move, it doesn't track anything.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that, I know you, is it fair to say that lots of people know about the thousands of traffic cameras in Dubuque?
Some do. Some have lived here forever, even actively involved in crimes, somehow don't realize it.
Okay. But lots of people do know about them, don't they?
Lots do, lots don't.
Okay. And they're not exactly hidden, are they?
No, they're not disguised in any fashion.
Okay. They're right out there sitting on top of light poles.
Correct.
Now you talk a little bit about quantum entanglement.
That was something Mr. Dazey stated to me right before he started urinating in the bathroom at the law enforcement center.
Did he explain to you what quantum entanglement was?
Tried to.
Okay. What did he tell you?
It's hard for me to explain.
If I were to show you your report, I think it appears in at least 2 different places in your report.
Yes.
Pages.
Can you find out this one you're referring to?
Yeah, there's that one, and then over on 52, there's he talks in this area.
Okay. I'm ready, Mr. Blair.
Now, did he kind of explain to you what he meant by quantum entanglement?
From what I captured from things, say I was drinking a beer and I thought about you, Mr. Blair. Then all of a sudden, wherever you were on this earth, that you would get the urge to drink beer, that I could put thoughts onto you.
Okay. He also used that term in reference to kind of a possession, didn't he? I'll refer you to page 50. He specifically talked as it related to possession.
Are you referring to someone trying to take over your being? Is that okay? He did make note of that.
Mother practicing witchcraft. Have you explained to you how to practice witchcraft?
From her bed on cell phones with the other persons in the covenant, and that she would practice witchcraft upon him.
Well, and didn't he say that she did that by meditating upon him and putting thoughts in his head and possession and things like that?
Yes, he went into that.
He didn't actually talk about a conversation with his mother. He simply talked about witchcraft in response to you asking about the last time he had a conversation with his mother. Isn't that right?
I asked him when he last had a conversation with his mother, and he stated, right before you guys came and got me, she was practicing witchcraft.
Right. He starts going into, right before you guys came and got me, she was practicing witchcraft. Is that right?
That was response to his last conversation, his last interaction with his mother.
Yeah. He said lots of things that really didn't make a lot of sense, didn't he?
Well, every time we would get to something pointed, and he would start to say, acknowledge that he had a hatchet, then when we would get more pointed, then he would take me in a different direction.
He also talked about being worshipped, didn't he?
Yes.
And that tied in with the quantum entanglement and the witchcraft, didn't it?
Yes.
And I think also somehow tied into when he took his medications.
Correct.
If I can have just a minute.
Wow, he's quite the character, right? Wait till his sister gets on the stand. Oh boy. She's a mess. This trial, it's interesting. No, they never.
Investigator, was the interview recorded?
Yes, sir.
The whole thing was recorded, wasn't it?
Correct.
I can remember.
And I think you actually talked about going back and watching part of it after you'd originally left the room.
Yeah, in all cases, I watch my interview in full so I can document the interview in a written.
Yes. Approach the witness.
I moved a box and everything fell. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, well, here, let's fast forward. Okay, let's not. I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break to discuss
Oh,
a legal
okay,
issue outside your presence. This will probably be about 10 minutes or so. Remember the admonition I gave you before. Report back to the jury room.
Okay.
It has rested. That means that we've received all of their evidence. There are a few things that the attorneys and I have to discuss at this point in time before we turn to the defense's so remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
Can we approach real quick, Your Honor, before letting the jury go?
Yes.
Zoom, zoom again. Zoomity, zoom, zoom, zoom. Well, I sure didn't take a very long break.
Bring the jury.
Oh, good.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
No redirect, no questions.
Okay, state.
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor, and the state rests.
All right, very good. Okay, folks, the state has rested. That means that we've received all of their evidence. There are a few things that the attorneys and I have to discuss at this point in time before we turn to the defense's evidence. So I'm going to give you a short break again. This break will probably be about 15 minutes or so. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury.
Did I go backwards? What happened here?
Yes.
I must have went backwards.
You swear or affirm that the testimony.
Why didn't you tell me?
Justin Stair, Justin, last name Stair.
Go ahead, counsel.
Yeah. Corporal, you're a certified peace officer, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been a peace officer?
4 years.
And you're currently a corporal. How long have you been a corporal?
That was probably since about 8 years now. Or no, more than that, 12 years. Or, yeah, 11, 12 years.
And you
exam, we take a test, and then we have an interview, and then they certify a list and pick from that list.
And what are your current duties?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you better turn that off. Judge is going to get you, boy.
Okay, right now I'm a street corporal.
And how about back on January 18th of 2024? What was your assignment at that time?
I was a corporal back in investigations. Yes, I did.
I think this is.
Do you have it?
I think this is why he didn't want to show up for court today, because he knew that they were going to be going through all this and talking about how he was peeing himself because he feels.
Any idea about how many pictures you took?
Not right offhand, a lot.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Was that a photograph you took?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jury where, in conjunction of the house, was that photograph taken?
So if you're looking at the house, it would be on the left-hand side by the driveway area.
Can you say that again?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be on the left side of the house, which I believe that would be the east side of the house or southeast side of the house, and the driveway area distance.
It would have been fairly close to the stairs?
Where if you're talking about the rear stairs, correct?
Yes.
Where the rear stairs was at, if they're here, it's somewhere further away from the stairs. I mean, we're like right at the base of it going up. I know that it was somewhere right in on the driveway, more towards the driveway area.
Was there a particular reason you took a picture of this?
Take a photo of, whether there's possible print or whatnot. At the basics of, or the base of the photos is just taking overalls of everything as you can see, or as is.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to observe the rear door?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the steps at the rear door?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observation of those stairs?
Obviously, there was snow on them, snow covered, and there was prints or impressions in the steps.
Did you take any pictures of those?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you didn't?
No.
And then there's, could you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? You also took some pictures of tracks, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit C. Okay. And are these the tracks that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to make any kind of determination as to what made those tracks?
I knew there definitely has to be a rabbit or a squirrel. I live in the country and I see those all the time every winter. So it's one of those animals.
Do you have any idea about how deep the snow was?
I don't recall right offhand how deep it was.
Did you take any close-up pictures of those tracks?
I thought there was some that took closer photos, if I remember right.
Just have a minute. All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal Stair. How are you today?
Good.
Good. Okay, so one thing we can see from these photos is that it is definitely, can I keep that up? Mr. Hoover, thanks. It's definitely snow covered out there, right?
Yes.
In your experience as a person and an officer, how great are photos taken in white snow?
Not very good.
Okay. You did take close-up photos of those tracks though, correct?
I believe I had some that were a little closer.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm giving you what I marked as State Exhibit 42. There are two photos here. Can you take a look at those? Can you tell me what those are, Corporal? Close up of these tracks in Defendant's Exhibit C.
I believe so.
Okay, can you see in those photos the tracks up close?
Not really.
It's difficult.
Yes.
But can you make them out?
In this one, yes. And at an angle, yes, you can kind of see them here as well.
Okay.
It's faint, but you can see them.
And in those photos, what do those tracks appear to be to you?
Animal tracks.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
42 is admitted.
Okay, can you put up your exhibit, was it C, Mr. Hoover, the other one you referenced?
And why are you
Can you put that
breathing
one up,
so
please?
heavy?
It's up to Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, does it appear in that?
Yes.
Okay, could it also be possible that there could be footprints or tracks from within the home or somewhere else around this crime scene?
Correct.
And would it make sense for you as an officer to photograph this in case those things are found so you can do a comparison?
Correct.
Because snow melts, right?
Yes.
Those tracks are going to be gone at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And may I put up, can you put up the states, please?
Yes.
I'm putting up Exhibit 8. Okay, Corporal, you have a laser pointer up there. In the first photo in State's Exhibit 8, you see the staircase there?
Yes.
Okay. Anywhere in front in this photo, do you see an area where Defendant's Exhibit A could potentially be from within this photo?
No.
Okay. Now, in the second photo, in State's Exhibit 8, we have that same door right there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, in the corner down here, we see what appears to be a bit of concrete. Do you see that? Okay. And as you looked in the sequence of the photos that you did, well, let me ask you this. Do you typically take photos in sequence as you're processing a scene?
When doing overall photos, yes.
Okay. And would it make, and you did it in a sequence in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so would it make sense in your sequence as you reviewed it, that this area would make more sense for the photo that they're referencing?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where? The driveway?
Yes.
Would it make sense that that area of
Could have been, yes.
Okay, no other questions.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you.
I'm just going to keep that up. That's okay. Okay. Corporal Stair, I think this is the area you were talking about right down here, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in that area that I believe that print was from, yes.
And would there be any possibility of someone entering the house from this position right here?
Could they win? Yeah,
Would it make more sense that someone might have entered the house from over here?
they could have.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Wow. They're quick. Amanda, slow down, girl.
We'll give you a short break. 15, this will probably actually be a little bit longer
You're
break, probably 15 or 20 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, y'all being naughty. I'm eating a donut. I told Sonny to stop bringing them home. I'm so naughty.
Please be seated, everyone. For case, we had a sidebar. All parties agreed that rather than the defense making motions at that point, we were going to take the testimony of Officer Stair because he was here, and I think believed to be fairly short. The defense will make any motions they have now. The court will consider those motions to have been made at the close of the state's evidence and to be timely. Mr. Nelson, you agreed to that? That is correct. Okay, very good. Any motions from the defense? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we would make a motion in judgment of acquittal. Looking at the evidence in light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, the state hasn't.
Well, I think they took a lot of, they revised the live. They took the daughter's testimony out, unless we're going to see it eventually. They took out his police interrogation, and because it's been revised because you can't, there's no chat. So something happened.
Kind of plan. There's malice or forethought in this particular case. Additionally,
what?
I would say that the state hasn't even met its burden as far as Tyler Dazey is the one who committed these actions. All we have is Mr. Dazey was in the residence, and that he owned something that may have caused these injuries. No affirmative evidence saying that Mr. Dazey possessed it on that day or used it on that day. So we believe that murder 1 and murder 2, there has not been a sufficient question for the jury made. As to any of the other lesser included, including voluntary manslaughter,
they make me laugh.
Remaining lesser included, aside from number 1, that again, the state hasn't generated a jury question looking at the light most favorable of the state that Tyler Dazey was the one who inflicted these wounds. And then as far as the animal abuse, Your Honor, while certainly, again, the state has failed to prove, or at least generate a jury question looking at.
Yeah, they even took out the picture of the dog
that Mr. Dazey inflicted any serious injury, death, or injury on the animal. But additionally, the code section specifically has an exception, which if the defendant was the owner or didn't have or had the owner's permission to euthanize the dog in a reasonable manner, if the animal is in a permanent state of pain or suffering. And again, looking at the evidence looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, 1, the state hasn't proved that the defendant wasn't a co-owner of this dog, that even if he was a co-owner, that he wasn't acting at the behest of his mother, and that the testimony that was given was it was 1 strike, and the dog died instantaneously. And again, the state hasn't provided any evidence that the animal wasn't at the time in a state of pain or suffering. So with that, Your Honor, we would ask that you grant our motion and judgment of acquittal.
The state's response.
Thank you, Judge. In reference to the status of the dog, our first one, don't need to prove that dog to the exclusion of all potential owners. That would be something the defendant would have had to need to bring up. When it comes to the elements presented to the jury, the state's position is certainly that a fact question has been presented to go to the jury's consideration. Evidence was that when Nick showed up at 1605 Avoca Street on January 17th, approximately 8 o'clock p.m., Tyler was home that night. Ring camera from the front of the door shows Jennifer Dazey letting Echo in from going outside at 10 o'clock p.m. There is no more movement on that camera until 8:38 again. As she sees him, she waits and he then goes into another room. She then proceeds to locate Jennifer Dazey in bed in the same residence with one Tyler Dazey. Police are called and they respond. It's clearly a gruesome murder scene. And long story short, they process the scene. They find it.
I noticed that they even took out the part where she comes to the house. Unless they're going to show it, but they show the part where Jennifer's knocking on the door, nudge out, all that.
Tactical hatchet that clearly is capable. The medical examiner also testified to that same fact. If the jury looks at the photos themselves and looks at the hatchet, they are able to make a determination as to whether or not that hatchet, owned by Tyler Dazey, seen by him that morning upon his own admission, was in fact the weapon used in those crimes. When it comes to the issue of premeditation, deliberation, malice of forethought, and all the other things, number one, the state has alleged, and I believe proven, that a hatchet was used, which is a dangerous weapon, which changes has shown that there were 17 separate wounds to Jennifer Dazey, one wound to Echo, that's 18. The jury can hear argument as to what that means and will be given an instruction that those things, premeditation, deliberation, all those things, do not require any specific time, but state alleges that that would take some time to swing that hatchet 18 times. The state believes, considering this, even despite other doors on the home, there is an all has tied him to it, and we are asking that you deny the motion.
Motion denied.
Your Honor, we would propose that the state's theory of premeditation would essentially make it impossible to have anything other than murder in the first degree. That if you struck more than once, then that automatically meant that you had premeditation, and that's just not what the standard is. So.
If there's one shot and you pull the trigger, it's instant. If you swing something as dangerous as a sharp axe and swing it 17 times, that there's time in between each time that you strike a blow with that. That's the argument. And I understand the defense's point is, well, does that mean every time someone is hit more than once with a dangerous instrument that it automatically creates premeditation? I get it both ways. The motion made by the defense has to be considered in the light most favorable to the moving party. In this case, I won't rehash all of the evidence, but we certainly have enough evidence in the record to generate a fact issue as to both counts, count one and count two. I am going to deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. Any other motions from the defense?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Anything from the state at this point?
No.
Okay, we'll go off the record.
We're off the record, y'all. You know, I don't know why this lawyer, these defense attorneys would even take this seriously. Like, they know this woman was not performing witchcraft. Well, you know, some people do. You can't deny it. If you're not careful, that stuff can get out of hand. Sorry, my cough is really acting today. I don't know how my battery's already going dead. I just unplugged it like 10, 20 minutes ago. 2 hours ago. Come on. Oh, for sure. For sure, he was something happened to that poor guy. He got they had no rugs in his system, but I'm wondering if he just took too much of the THC. I mean, that stuff can make you act funny. Why can't they turn on mute? Unmute, people. Oh, well, what's going on? Oh, we must go to day 3. Okay.
The record will reflect that we are now outside the presence of the jury. Both parties have rested. Any motions that the defense wants to make at this time?
Your Honor, we just renew our previous motion.
I will consider the motion and the same arguments that were previously made and the resistance made by the state for the same reasons I gave before. There is a fact issue that has been generated that the jury will have to rule on. I am going to deny the motion again for judgment of acquittal. Anything else from the defense at this time? From the state?
No, Your Honor.
The record.
Yeah, they took a lot of stuff out of this trial. I didn't realize that. That's too bad.
Yeah.
That sucks. All right, well, I guess we go to day 3. I don't know why they cut him down like that. I don't see day 3. Where's day 2? Day 3. Found it. This one was not cut down. Okay. I'll share it.
Charge or the present situation of the defendant. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence is 1. By deposition. 2. Exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3. Stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to which were not offered and 1. Statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers. 2. Objections and rulings on objections. 3. Any testimony I told you to disregard. 4. Anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 6, in considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 7, sense and experience. Try to reconcile any conflicts in the evidence, but if you cannot, accept the evidence you find more believable. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 8, you must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. Instruction number 9, to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 10, the burden is on the state to prove Tyler Dazey guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence in the case or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore, must be proof of such a. However, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant guilty. But if, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 11, if there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, the defendant shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 12, the duty of the jury is to determine if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Instruction number 13, where 2 or more alternative theories are presented, or where 2 or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. Instruction number 14. To commit a crime, a person must intend and knows the act is against the law. It is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Of the following elements of murder in the first degree. 1. On or about the 18th day of January 2024, the defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. 2. Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon by the defendant. 3. The defendant acted with malice aforethought. 4. The defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Jennifer Dazey. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you will then consider the charge of murder in the second degree, explained in instruction number 21. Instruction number 16, malice is a state of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequence. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another, which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 17, willful means intentional or by
Okay, Cindy, I'll be right back, okay? I think I skipped it to where it starts.
This is a very important function, and we do thank you for coming in and giving us that time. Secondly, I'd like to thank you all for paying attention. Sometimes things get a little boring in here, and I was watching everybody was pretty much locked in as the evidence came in. So This is the time where all the evidence is in, and now we attorneys get a chance to talk to you about that evidence. What is the evidence? We'll start with Exhibit 1. This is about Jennifer Dazey and her dog Echo. Ms. Lassance introduced you to them at the beginning of this case. You heard about her health issues. She had brain tumors. She had a surgery to remove those. She was recovering brutal and heinous act on January 18th of this year, which ended their lives. This is the front of 1605 Avoca, where Jennifer Dazey resided. On January 18th, her friend Christy Fulman came by for planned coffee. They wanted to get together. Ms. Fulman had been dealing with her own health issues. In fact, both of them had been in the hospital at the same time for their various health issues. They were just kind of getting back in touch, getting back together. They planned a coffee to sit down and catch up on things. Ms. Fulman arrived. She noticed right away that there was a truck in the driveway and Jennifer's car was gone. That's Jennifer's son's Nick's truck. She didn't think much of it because vehicles got traded periodically there, and it was no big deal. Next. She walked up to the house. She went into the porch. This would be the front door that she got to. Would be coming in the front porch. She'd be right there at the front door of the porch leading into the house. She proceeded to open the door to go into the living room, and that would be what she saw. She opened the door. You can see into the dining room area. You can see the pillar in there that was talked about, pillars that separate the living room and the dining room. So she was looking right in through there when she saw Tyler Dazey between the pillars facing away, and he was naked. She stood up and said, this is what she saw standing there. She was surprised and somewhat embarrassed when she saw that, so she started backing out of the door again. Then she heard some footfalls and she heard a door close. She thought, all right, it's safe to enter the house. She goes on in like she always did. Next. That's one too many. Oh, must have missed one. Anyway, she put her coffee on the couch under a blanket. She went over and picked up a leg of Echo and let it go, and it dropped. Now she began getting puzzled. She went to the kitchen. She looked and she saw that the door to the basement was closed, that she knew that Jennifer was not in the basement because anytime she went down there, she left that door open. She tried calling and she tried texting. When she came out of the kitchen, this is back in here, she looked over and saw right here a little nightstand sort of affair, which had Jennifer's purse on it. She knew that Jennifer never left the house without the purse. So now she was getting confused. She went to Jennifer's bedroom. The door was closed. That's an important point. So she went in the hallway, went down to Jennifer's bedroom. When she went in there, she called out softly. The blinds were drawn. It was dark. She was trying to wake Jennifer up. Hey, why are you still in bed? She could tell that Jennifer was in the bed, but she couldn't see any details. She moved closer, tried to wake Jennifer with a low voice. That's when she saw this. She closed the door, braced it with her feet, back to the door, feet on a dresser, called her boyfriend right away and said, I think Jennifer is dead. Get over here. Then she called 911 immediately. Got on the phone. Or you heard a 911 call. I mean, that was sheer terror. That's the only way to describe that. You heard Officer Hasselbecker was dispatched, and he arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. Ms. Fulman was on 911 call, heard the officer enter the house, and she went to him and said, don't leave me. But the officer has a duty to do. He had to go investigate. So he said, go. And she went back into the kitchen, and she was hiding out back here near the pantry or mudroom or whatever they were calling it at the time. Officer Hasselbecker entered the room with his flashlight, with the body cam that he was wearing. You saw the whole thing. You can look at it again if you want. You'll have that. We don't need to dwell on it here. You saw what he saw. He then called in and reported a homicide, and the cavalry started rolling. People started showing up. Lieutenant DeJuice arrived, assisted in clearing the house room by room. He announced numerous times, police department, make yourself known. Numerous times. There was no response. They cleared the basement. They cleared the main floor. Eventually, they got to the room, back bedroom that Tyler Dazey was in. Officer Slide and DeJuice cleared the room. You saw that on the body camera. They found Tyler Dazey face down naked. They thought it was a body at first. Then Officer DeJuice said he's breathing. They decided that they wanted to secure him under these circumstances. Mr. Dazey complied with instructions and directions. He stated his right wrist hurt. There were no bloody clothes found anywhere in that room. Then, Mr. Dazey was ultimately placed in a Tyvek suit. That was to preserve evidence and just to cover him, investigate in the back of his fingers on his right hand. He was taken to Mercy Hospital to be cleared. He was followed instructions up there. Officers obtained search warrants for blood and urine to check for drugs and to look for possible influence of drugs. While they were waiting there, Mr. Dazey stated that he needed to urinate. He was asked to hold it briefly so a sample could be collected. Mr. Dazey stated, I'm letting go now. The keys are yours, and urinated in the Tyvek suit. When investigator Rosenthal told him that he could have held it a little longer, Mr. Dazey responded, "Wars are meant to be fought." He urinated in the suit several more times, and eventually at the law enforcement center, he said he needed to urinate again. Officer Rosenthal said, "You don't need to do it in the suit again." He grabbed the collection cup, held it in place to the sample. Mr. Dazey then said it might take a while and that he didn't want to dick you around. Then he said, quantum entanglement, brother, urinated all over investigator Rosenthal's hand. Samples were collected in that incident. They were sent to the crime lab along with blood samples. The lab results showed that Mr. Dazey had ingested THC isomers of different types, which would be that contained in the gummies, the vapes, and probably from actual marijuana plants. These are these various modifications made to the THC. What they did not find was PCP, fentanyl, opiates, or any of the other hard drugs. So he was not under the influence of any of those things. Now, while all that was playing out at the hospital and the law enforcement center, investigators were working on the scene. Blood spots were found in the hallway outside Jennifer's bedroom, which would be in here. And they were also found in the dining room, living room area, going over to where the dog was found on the sofa. A hatchet was found on a shelf in the bathroom, and there was a sheath to that was found on the dining room table. That the sheath matches the hatchet. The hatchet also says SOG on one side, which is the same brand as the sheath. The ring camera was checked and showed several things. One, it showed the switching of the vehicles at around 8 p.m. the night before, where Jennifer's son Nicholas came, dropped off his truck, and took her car. Something wrong with his truck. That would have been the evening of the 17th. Jennifer let the dog out and in at about 10 p.m. that night. Nothing happens on that ring camera until the following morning at 8:38 when Ms. Fullman arrived at the house. Officer Hesselbecker arrived at 8:51, and you saw all those video clips, people coming and going at the front door of that residence. Nobody else went in or out that front door. It was not on camera. It's motion activated. It shows the back door to the house with the deadbolt vertical. The testimony was that the owner was contacted when the I don't know what you call the thing, a thumb something or other, when it's vertical, the deadbolt is locked. That was locked when officers got there. There was no evidence of forced entry. You had officers on the perimeter when they got there. One of their functions is to check windows and doors.
Cindy, you want me to slow it down, or are you in here still, or?
Was the only living being in that house on the morning of January 18th. He told investigator Rosenthal that he owned a hatchet, which he last saw in his toolbox that morning. He also told investigator Rosenthal that he had just taken a shower that morning right before officers.
I'm just so upset about how much they cut out of this trial. And I think that trial that I started watching yesterday had all that stuff in it, but it's hello? Hold on, I'll be right back.
The hatchet was sent to the lab. Technicians could not state definitely if it had been cleansed or scrubbed. However, on the hatchet, on the head, the blade, and the handle, they didn't find actual blood, but they found the stains. So the question would be, how do you get stains on there unless at some point there was in fact blood on there? Blood residue or the stains was swabbed, and they found the DNA of Jennifer Dazey on the handle of this hatchet. There's marks on there. The DNA lab person said they're marked and they're numbered. That's where they pulled the samples from. They're little circles marked with some kind of a marker. Obviously, the hatchet was scrubbed in the shower. There had to have been blood on there to get blood residue or blood stains, and there was enough on the handle to get DNA from it. Not enough on the blade, even though they tried. Further, the handle of this hatchet had a right palm print on it, and they lifted that palm print and they checked it with known, couldn't say with certainty that the hatchet was scrubbed, but said the prints showed signs of either a wet hatchet or a wet hand when the print was left on the handle. Again, that was scrubbed in the shower. It came out, it was wet, the hand was wet. That's why we got the print on there, and that's why the tech saw that there was water involved when that print was put on the handle. Echo the dog was taken up to the veterinarian for examination. Dr. White determined the cause of death was sharp force trauma penetrating the skull. Maybe it was blunt force trauma, which was consistent with the spike on the hatchet, on the back of this hatchet, the spike being driven through the skull and into the brain cavity of the dog. She determined the cause of death was sharp force injuries to the head, face, and neck. There were 17 injuries, 13 of them to the face, head, and neck. There were 2 fingers amputated or nearly amputated. You saw those photographs. You saw, the autopsy photos. You'll have them again if you want to look at them further. They'll be with you. And fatal wounds penetrated Jennifer Dazey's skull and penetrated the brain, some 1 and 5 inches in depth. The forehead, the neck injury was 2 inches deep, went all the way to the vertebrae. There was damage to the vertebrae, but it didn't get to the actual spinal cord. The doctor also said these wounds are consistent with this hatchet striking Jennifer Dazey in the face and the head, given the width of the blade and the wounds that she observed. One of Jennifer Dazey's fingers was amputated completely and was found on the nightstand. Another was hanging by a piece of skin. There was another cutting wound near the thumb on that hand. The amputated finger was either severed, it was placed there, but it ended up over on the nightstand. The severed fingers are also consistent with blows from this hatchet. And if you look at the blade on that, the narrowness of this blade, and you look at a hand, you can see how this hatchet could have come down, taken those fingers off, and not affected the small finger and the index finger. If it were a large wood cutting hatchet, probably would have got all 4. But this particular hatchet, very consistent with those fingers and leaving the other 2 unscathed. It's clear from the evidence that this hatchet is the instrument of death for both Jennifer Dazey and Echo the hatchet. His finger, his palm print was on it. The DNA matches up, and he was the only one there. Nobody else in or out of the house. He told the officer Rosenthal that he only slept about an hour the night before. He was in his room all night contemplating this attack. He took the hatchet from his toolbox, naked. He went to the dining room where he removed the sheath and left it on the table. Then he proceeded to Jennifer's bedroom where he swung that hatchet 17 times, striking her in the face and head. She put up her hand at some point in defense. The hatchet came down, fingers came off. Given Mr. Dazey's statement, he's probably talking at the time this happened, calling her a whore or a witch before or during the attack. He left the bedroom. He was the fatal blow to the dog on the couch. Then he went to the bathroom, showered off, blood spatters. There was blood spatters on the wall, blood spatters on the jewelry box, blood all over everywhere. There had to have been a lot of blood over there with these 17 blows with this hatchet, including all over him. So he went to the bathroom and cleaned up. While in the shower, he cleaned the hatchet, cleaned the blood off, but he didn't get enough because the residue remained, the staining remained, and that's how we got Jennifer's DNA off of the hatchet. That was used to kill her. Left the palm print when he placed it on the shelf. He killed his mother with the hatchet. There can be little doubt of that. Now, let's take a look at your instructions. I'm not going to throw them up on the board and go through them. The judge has already read them. You're going to have them, but I do have to touch on some of them. The big one is instruction 15 for murder in the first degree. Element number 1 is on or about January 18th, defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. You have to go to the instruction number 20, which defines dangerous weapon, any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, or any instrument actually used or intended to inflict injury or death. This hatchet, particularly, is designed as a killing instrument. It's got the big spike on the back. It's got SOG on it in Army parlance. That's Special Operations Group. I'm sure the manufacturer is selling it to people as some kind of a battle hatchet. This is not a wood chopping hatchet. It's pretty obvious. It's got this big medieval looking spike on the back of it, an instrument used to inflict death. This is like a baseball bat. It's a baseball bat when used to play baseball. If you use it to bash into somebody's head, it becomes a dangerous weapon. So even if you think this is an innocent camping hatchet, it was used in such a way to make it a dangerous weapon, and it is, in fact, a dangerous weapon. Element number 2, Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon. The medical examiner answered that. The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries consistent with malice aforethought. You have to go to instruction number 16 for a definition of malice and malice aforethought. So that says malice is a state of mind that leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to injury of or of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. So actual hatred. Mr. Dazey stated to Investigator Rosenthal that his mother was a witch who put evil on him. He said he doesn't need her to validate him and asked why would he care what a whore thinks. He said, you want to sit and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks? He called his mother a whore often, said, you know how witches are. I'm betting his mother's injuries when asked as witchcraft. There's clearly hatred in those statements, but there's also the evil option or alternative. And I'll just simply state that 17 blows with this hatchet to someone's face, head, and neck is evil. And if it's not evil, evil doesn't exist. This was also a deliberated act, not in the heat of passion. You might be able to stretch it and say it was a heat of passion with one blow, but there were 17 of them. That's not the heat of passion. The time Mr. Dazey decided to pick up that hatchet and unsheath it and then go to Jennifer's room was when he decided to do what he was going to do. There's no limit required. There was malice aforethought before each blow, 17 times. He had fixed purpose and intent, 17 times. He thought about this before he even took that hatchet out of the toolbox. That's premeditation. That's intent. He knew exactly what he was going to do. Also, you look at instruction number 19. In this one, it was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Make that inference. So the third element is satisfied. Element number 4 is the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill. We just covered some of that. Instruction 17 defines willful, deliberate, and premeditate. It's not accidental. 17 blows is not an accident. That's thinking about it 17 times. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, consider, contemplate, reflect. All occurred before he took that hatchet out of the toolbox, picked it up, took the sheath off, and went to do what he did. To premeditate is to think or ponder. Premeditation began at the beginning and followed all the way through after the murder of Jennifer Dazey to the killing of the dog. That shows premeditation because it didn't end with Jennifer Dazey's death. It continued on the whole plan to the dog. That's premeditation. It was the whole plan. Deliberate for days or weeks or months ahead of time. This can happen instantaneously before the act.
I just wanted to break through for commentary, but good news, Cindy. I got it working. I had to put it on my other phone. I had to pay 29 cents because, the iPhones are so picky about if you owe something, they won't let you freaking download. I got it. So it's working. It'll be ready in 60 minutes, and it can tell me my blood sugars are 500, I'm sure. No, I'm just kidding. But I got it working. And I'm just really upset about this whole trial. Like, I don't understand why they couldn't have kept all that other stuff together. I would have picked a different trial. It makes me really upset. And then they're talking so low. I have it turned all the way up. Oh, my battery's about to go dead in my computer. I forgot. I better go plug it in. Hold on. I'll let it play while I go grab the charger.
That is premeditation. You go back to instruction 19, again, the inference. You may infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill when a dangerous weapon was used and death results. Make that inference. Make it. Now, you've seen all the evidence, all the scene, autopsy photos, findings of the medical examiner, the veterinarian, all the lab people came in. There's a lot of evidence you heard. You've heard from police officers regarding their investigation. You've been instructed by the court with the law as to what the law is. You need to apply those instructions, dangerous weapon, with malice aforethought, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. He willfully administered 17 blows to Jennifer Dazey's head, face, and neck, killing her with this. Use common sense, use observations, use your experience, think it through, and find Tyler Dazey guilty of first-degree murder and animal abuse. Thank you.
Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready. Is it turned on? Test it. I don't know which number you have. 2 turned on. You're on.
Okay, we're plugged in, y'all. It took me a minute, kept falling out. Okay. So this says it's a 6-hour day. I don't know how. I guess them deliberating. Really upset about this, but after this trial, I'm just gonna do like daily. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I'll mute.
Waiting for me, I guess. Okay. Starting off, first thing I need to say is thank you. Mr. Nelson already said it, and I'll say it too. We talked about it a little bit during voir dire. The fact that they wanted to serve on the jury because, among other things, it is their civic duty. I want to say thanks. This system doesn't work without it. I believe in the system. I have to. I think that our system works. You. And so I say thank you. I'm going to do what Mr. Nelson, step by step, read to you from the jury instructions. I will talk briefly, very briefly, about one jury instruction. And I'm going to try to keep this relatively short and to the point. I get to talk to you once, Mr. Nelson gets to talk to you twice. And after me. And he has the burden of proof. And we talked during voir dire a little bit about that burden, what that means, what that burden of proof is. All right. And you got the instructions and you saw them. You can read how it works. Somebody, I forget who it was, said nothing. That should be clearer now than it ever has been. Instructions. I say that because of one particular instruction. Look at jury instruction number 10, talks about the burden. Only place this occurs in the jury instructions. And this is by design. In the second paragraph of that instruction, it says, a reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. And yeah, I put emphasis on that. And then down in the last paragraph, it says, if after a full consideration of all the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. It's the only jury where they do that. Themselves. Because that's the crux. They're trying to make sure you understand who has the proof. What it isn't just about having presented some evidence that evidence probably happened. Okay. Give you the puzzle. Give you half of the puzzle pieces. Remember, as you look at the evidence, and you're going to have a chance to take all of this stuff back with you. All right. It's not the crime that they show to you. Really, this is fine. Not the facts of the case. They want you to get emotions and not what it's really about whether or not the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is the one who killed Jennifer Dazey. That's what the case is. Remember Mr. Hoover's opening statement? I'm going to talk about we're done. You understand what we're doing. Okay. Everybody does this. I understand that. Take the path of least resistance. Sometimes they take the easy way out. Sometimes, round up the usual. And it hasn't just survived from the movie. ways in which to take the easy way. They take the path of least resistance. It's how I'm going to talk about certain items of evidence. You can see this pattern. You can see how this happens. For example, the first items of evidence we see in the case, we heard from Christy Fullman and we heard from Officer Hasselbecker. Okay. We also saw the ring cam video and Officer Hasselbecker's body camera video. And when I forget if he had one on when he came in here, but we got to see the body camera footage in the driveway. Right. And Christy Fullman and Officer Hasselbecker both told us about that they saw that as well. Christy Fullman told us that the GMC at the right. Now, we know from Investigator Hoff's testimony in the GM4 station, because he went. With the interview with Nick Bray from the officers, Nick drops off the Acadia of the officers reporting what they heard. I think it was Investigator Crable reporting what he heard from Nick Frey was that Mr. Frey had then driven, at some point, drives out of Duke towards Cedar Rapids. A big deal about the fact that they followed him on the cameras as he drove out of Dubuque towards Cedar Rapids. Did you notice? It didn't ever confirm where he went in Cedar Rapids or did he ever arrive. They didn't continue to watch the cameras when he came back. Whether or not he interesting things about that whole scenario. To see a couple of clips of the ring camera footage. We were told that Nick stopped at the house and that there was ring camera footage from the front door of Nick exchanging vehicles. Did we? We were told about it. After he goes to Cedar Rapids, or in the direction of Cedar Rapids, go the places that he said that he was going to go, things that he said he was going to do? Or did he turn and come right back? That seems like it's very similar. In the closing argument, the state just said Tyler Dazey is left or right-handed. But we don't have that evidence, do we? It's not in evidence. It's not there. Officers talked to lots of people, including his brother and sister. According the picture. Yep. This is another item of evidence of significance. We talked a lot about the back door. All right, which was pretty much never used. All right, but if you look, and Chad Stair, I'm sorry, I made his first name wrong. In any event, Corporal Stair told us that those steps have clearly been walked on. And two investigators told us that it had just snowed quite a bit with several days. You can see the ring camera there in that picture, up in the corner of the door. You saw other closer pictures. I'm not going to pay. door is locked. But that didn't lock the door when they left out the door. All that requires is a key. Now, that leads to some interesting. Then at the time Kylie moved out, but the only keys were in the possession of Kylie and Jennifer. And then we heard from Investigator Hoff, when he's investigating at the time of the incident, that there is a dispute because Kylie has never returned the back door key. Anyone ask Kylie about the back door key? Does that seem like something that, no. And if you think about it, I believe it was Investigator Hoff testified that at some point later in the case, he actually gets a key. Did you receive investigator? I forget what the question was. Investigators talked about, and they showed us, there's actually a close-up picture in the evidence, and you can look at it, of that camera. It's a, right? Same brand, same, not the same type of camera, but the same system.
Well, because I have to cut in for fair use, I'll finish what I was trying to say before Senator tripped over the stuff that I dropped out of the box. So from today till next Friday, so a week, I'm just going to be doing short lives, like maybe like an hour. And then Friday, I'll go back to doing trials and stuff like that, because I just don't see anything worth going live about. So I will work on more celebrity news stuff. Someone had asked how come I don't do much celebrity news. So I'm working on that. You know, it's hard to pull up celebrity news. True crime is just right at your face. You know what I mean? Like, it's just always there. So I'm working on it, trying to. Sometimes I get sidetracked, you know, like squirrel. So actually there was a squirrel out there. So I'm going to try to do that only because I don't want to pay weekly for the StreamYard. So I want to wait till I get paid next Friday, and I can pay for the whole month because I'm paying $17.99 a week. It's only $44 a month. So I'm really, it's more convenient for people to do it weekly. But for me, that's just not, that's a lot of money. That I've done paid what I could have paid twice monthly. So it's not that I'm upset, because I enjoy doing this. I really, really enjoy going live. I know I should talk more, be more interactive, but you know, when I'm watching a trial, I don't want someone to interrupt me. And I know I have to for fair use, but I tried, and I'm more of a serious person. I tend to not mess around a lot, you know, or try to get sidetracked by other things. But I like to stay focused. So I like to just stay focused on what I'm doing at the moment. We're doing the trial. I don't want to bring in happy faces. I don't want to bring in, you know, it's, you know, just stuff like that. Like, I don't know, maybe. So I try to make my StreamYard look appropriate, but I will lose a lot of this stuff, which is why I'm not gonna try to do too much, because I'll lose, like, I won't be able to put that stuff on the screen and stuff like that. So, which is fine. It's only for a week. So, I do try to be funny, but I try to, I don't know, I need to get away from being so serious all the time. And then I wonder why my daughter is a spitting image of me. Like, she's real serious to the point, and I'm like, sometimes like, why don't you just laugh? You know, you can laugh once in a while. But she's like, Mom, I'm just like you. So I will do my best to try to, you know, get on for an hour a day, because you're only allowed 20 hours a month. It's the only, it really is, because I don't want to have to get used to a different streaming. Like, this took me forever. So, and I think it's the, you got to pay for all of them. And then to go live on YouTube, you don't use a streaming service, but I don't know how that works. But when you got this, then you can do all the fun stuff and stuff like that. So, but you get free 20 hours a month just to stream. You don't get like the extra Justice for Jennifer Iyer. So, like, they got OSB. I don't know. I don't want to call out a YouTuber's name because I don't want to give her recognition. But you know, Jace for Justice. She uses an OSB company or an OBS. And I hear that's really hard to get used to that one. So, yeah, I'll just stick with, like, I'm going to do that Minions thing. I'm going to record it from my phone and then just transfer it over into my email. So we'll see if it'll work. But I'm helping sons, cousins fill out applications. We have an apartment coming open, and everybody and their brother wants to rent it. So I'm helping them because they don't write English much or speak. But I thought I would stop for fair use. But I kind of wanted to give you an idea what next week would look like. So, but yeah, you can do 20 hours a week, or 20 hours a month, and then I think you can stream as many hours as you want for the day, but once that 20 hours is up, then you can't stream anymore. Sorry, we'll just get back.
On the front door. Investigators told you that they were able to get footage of the one on the front, but that they could not get any footage from the one on the back door. Now, the subpoena that they served on January 1st, January 19th, which not only would have covered the date of the incident, but it also would have covered the time that the officers were out there taking this footage. Investigator Hoff tried to tell you. He got their direct examination. And he tried 3 ways that could happen. Either was taken, or nobody went, that there was nothing, since it's motion activated, there was nothing that triggered the motion sensor. On cross-examination, you will remember the judge was nice and allowed me to ask, I think, the first 4 questions of cross-examination, kind of one attorney, one witness kind of thing. And you probably noticed that as we went through it. But that was the one exception. I was allowed to ask 4 questions. And then Mr. Hoover took over the rest of the cross-examination. And what I asked him about was the Ring camera app. And he acknowledged that what he didn't tell you on direct examination was you can go into the Ring, you have access, change. He couldn't tell you who had access to those Ring cameras. Isn't that something that we should know? He talked about, one of the examples I used was, I used one from my own life and I asked him about it, but you know, could I have the Ring camera app on my phone and my wife would have it and my daughter would have it? which is in fact the situation. And he said, yes, if I share it with them, they would all have it. It would require me to share it with them, but then they would also have access to that app, and any of us could turn off that camera. Interestingly, because about finding her phone, all right, did anyone even check Jennifer's Ring app on her phone to determine whether or not it indicated that the camera had been turned off, whether it was functioning, whether it was recording? Did anybody even check? It'd be nice to know that, wouldn't it? Another about my neighbor who wanted to sniff and feel my grass. One of the pieces of evidence that we talked about at that time was my neighbor's ID. That was the question was whether or not, what was the significance? Kinda. I asked, does it make a difference if fingerprints are on the ID? Does it make if my neighbor's kind of correctly pointed out, well, no, it's the neighbor's ID. You'd expect to find their DNA and their fingerprints on it, right? In that little, you got to see, and you figured out the limitations of DNA and fingerprint evidence. And most of which is either completely fictional, yeah, in actual application. Or is working. What we saw in our case, we got to see the limitations on that type of evidence in great detail. We also got to see the way in which the necessary and fill those gaps. Do you remember item 7, first 4 in the living room, the one that was down near the couch, and 4 in the picture? You can go back and look at those pictures. But what was interesting about it, during off, told us that it was sent expert, and they got the report back, and that was Jennifer Dazey's blood. Remember that? And then up there on direct examination, mistake. I don't think she meant to say it. At least is, and maybe you caught it. She actually went so far as to say, in referring to item number 7, that was Jennifer Dazey's blood. And so you probably noticed on cross-examination, I got a little ridiculous with her. I went go way out there. He couldn't say DNA. They didn't test for that. Is there a test for that? And it might have seemed a little silly at the time. But remember they swabbed Tyler Dazey's nose and it tested positive. But I made her, she couldn't tell you that the DNA, that Tyler Dazey's DNA, blood, or that was Tyler Dazey's blood. She couldn't even say that was Tyler Dazey's blood. Why is that important? They didn't test for any of the blood, any of the DNA. They didn't test for it. Does that seem like something we ought to know? With a DNA expert, we talk about each of those items. Whether or not the DNA comes from the blood. You developed a DNA profile. Did it come from the blood, or did it come from other sources of DNA? No, not. Can you tell me, one exception, you tell me whether or not the blood came from a human or an animal? Could have performed that testing. You tell me whether, I already said, but Tell me whose blood that is. No, can't tell you that. Didn't do that testing. Wanting, didn't do that testing. Don't know that answer. If you look at the DNA evidence, it really made for some interesting, because gave you their theory of the case. And they put Tyler Dazey in the shower, washing off Jennifer Dazey's blood. In their version. Did you get that? And they swabbed the tub in the shower. Really quite interesting. Was the one they did positive, the tub drain tested positive for blood, don't know if it's human or animal, did not find Jennifer Dazey's DNA. It wasn't there. But supposedly, of DNA. And it's not there. Oddly, the blade doesn't test positive for any blood. There's no DNA. And apparently, there was no testing done to determine if the hatchet had been cleaned. We also have a fingerprint expert. State called a fingerprint expert to tell you palm print hatchet belonged to Tyler Dazey. Remember the driver's license that belonged to my neighbor? I don't know that it's terribly significant that Tyler Dazey's palm print is on a hatchet belonging to Tyler Dazey. It's significant that also on that hatchet at some point is Jennifer Dazey. Oh, Jennifer is that hatchet. Certainly an object that's in her house where she's been living. But our DNA expert told us that it would not be unusual for somebody's DNA to be on objects or in they use for frequent. It's called touch DNA. You leave DNA when you touch things. Just cells, it's the oil in your hand. It's all that fun stuff. Was true. The expert did talk about signs of moisture in print, but she admitted that that could be due to any number of possible causes, including sweat. One other thing she talked about, really hasn't talked to you about, and they may attempt to now, but I'm sure they'd like to stay away from it, is the smudges in that palm print. Because the state's fingerprint expert admitted on cross-examination that caused by some using that hatchet after the print had been left. Basically, you leave a print on something and then somebody else touches that. And the spot where they touch it is then smudged, or could be smudged. I believe one of the things she said was, especially if that person was wearing gloves. Investigator Rosenthal told us about the arrest of Tyler to the hospital and the subsequent attempt to interview him. You remember all that? He talked about Tyler's odd behavior. It was actually odd enough that instead of taking talks about comments. And one of the things that I was taught regarding speak louder than words. What is the fact that they took him to the hospital first? What is that saying to you? Did you catch the part where one or more staff up at the hospital in the behavioral health unit, the emergency room as they were talking about it, was familiar with Tyler? The state listed that. It was right there. Investigators talked about some of the things that happened up at the hospital and tried to imply that Tyler was just being difficult or obstructionist. Investigator Rosenthal also told you about his attempt law enforcement center. Remember that? He told you about some of the things making a lot of sense. Investigator Rosenthal tried to make a big deal about Tyler's alleged last conversation with his mother. But as we brought out on cross-examination, Tyler didn't real person conversation? Or was he talking about a conversation that they were supposedly telepathic as they exercise entanglement and He actually talked at that point about his mother practicing witchcraft upon him. So was Tyler actually talking, or was he talking entanglement or whatever? Investigator Rosenthal also talked about Tyler car. And he said he went back to watch that video, a video we never got to watch, by the way. Wouldn't that have been nice?
That's true. Keep your comments to what the evidence was.
Mr. Approach?
Yes.
Think about that. Told us about is that he told us about a conversation that was happening between Tyler and his dead mother, who was there. Really a mental conversation. It was the conversation that took place in the back of the squad car. Tyler was the only one in the squad car. Investigator Rosenthal also tried to emphasize Tyler telling him Tyler had seen the hat, tell him where he saw the hat. Only seen the hat. Investigator picture that the state just of the hatchet, found it on the shelf above the toilet. And Tyler told Investigator Rosenthal that he had showered the night before and sometime that morning. Did he see the hatchet at some point in the bathroom? We don't know. I'm simply going to remind you that Investigator Rosenthal told you that the whole interview was recorded. And I'll leave it at that. Do you remember Investigator Rosenthal's tweet? He told our Life 360 app. Remember that? Remember we talked early on in opening, we talked again a little bit of least resistance, about taking the easy way out. After she walked off at, I think, 10:30, until the next morning when she goes back to work, comes out of her house and she gets in the back. All night. It was impressive. Get to the part where, from the camera he was watching, as he did, he couldn't see any of the entrances or exits to that residence. And he told you that there were thousands of cameras downtown, right? Actually, that there were over 1,000 cameras in what's his exact estimate in the day. And they did no testimony that he did any her residence at any time overnight. As he admitted on cross-examination, only track the person. And remember, as they told us, there are no cameras on Avoca. Investigator Crable's testimony, he talked about the interview with Kylie, and you got to watch a portion of that interview. And he told you, everyone agreed, everyone was briefed differently. But did her demeanor and attitude, the giggling and laughing, did that strike you as odd? Now, the investigator in this situation would suggest to you that this is a perfect example of what we're talking about, of taking the easy way, the path of least resistance. Because to you about that video, they would be. Because Kylie is the next path of least resistance. She's the next usual suspect. Because Nick is the next usual suspect. I can't prove that Kylie killed Jennifer Dazey beyond a reasonable doubt based upon the limited evidence that we have here. My point is that the state really hasn't ruled it out as a bill. They basically pretended to do it. That, for your benefit, the same can be said for Nick. I can't prove Frey killed Jennifer Dazey on a reasonable doubt, not based upon the evidence we have, not based upon the evidence that's been presented by the state in this case. Likewise, it's proved, not based upon the evidence presented in this case, not based upon what's come in during this trial. They just did a murder. Presented. During that, the could but weren't. Usual suspects. Supported the conclusions. That conclusion was the first 5 minutes of the investigation when they entered Tyler's bedroom, possibly even before that. They avoided questions. Even some can actually support those conclusions. This isn't a this is 4 pieces puzzle. And they want you to say not only that it's a cow, kind of cow, and what gender. Ladies and gentlemen, any of these alleged crimes. Please look at this. Pay particular attention to what is missing. And then return a verdict of not guilty.
First of all, there's an instruction that you need to look here in that packet that says what we as attorneys say is not evidence. I gave you a whole lot of evidence. When I was up here talking, Mr. Blair gave you a big old mud ball against the wall. He's hoping something sticks. This was basically obfuscation. That's throw a whole bunch of static into this and try to picture something that's not. He complains that it's everybody else's fault except Tyler Dazey's. First of all, inadequate police investigation. You all sat here, you heard from the investigators. There was an extensive investigation done in this case, and everything points to Tyler Dazey. Now, the next claim is why aren't there palm prints on this hatchet? Pretty clear, this is the instrument that caused the death. Tyler's palm print is on the handle of that instrument. We heard evidence from experts, not from attorneys, experts that said how those palm prints can be on there, that there was water involved, either on the hand or on the handle. That's not Nick's or Kylie's handprint on there. The Ring camera was another thing. Who controlled that? Well, there was no code found for the phone. Nobody can look into Jennifer's phone to find out what was going on with that. It doesn't exist. It wasn't evidence. Again, well,
the objection's noted. Go ahead, counsel.
You have to remember, use your notes, use your own memory as to what was or was not in evidence. That's something that was not available according to my memory. The Ring was contacted. They got evidence from them that said that reasons why that would be. Maybe it was. That, well, if it wasn't on video, it didn't happen. This is a case where you're not going to have all kinds of video evidence. It's not available. This is old school. We have to go by all the evidence. You have to use common sense when you go through it. It's circumstantial evidence, and it all leads back to Tyler Dazey. Now, one of the big defenses in this case is Kylie did it. Well, Kylie lives across town. In order for her to do this, she'd have to slip away from her house. I mean, Investigator Rosenthal spent
days going through traffic cameras, tracking her movements around town in order to eliminate her as a suspect. Days he spent digging through this stuff. In order for her to participate in this, to be part of this, she would have had to leave her house at the other end of town somewhere during the course of the night, through the back door, get out of a nice warm bed, and get out into that cold air, and then sneak around through the alleys and through yards, and then get a hold of an Uber or a cab because she didn't have a driver's license and she didn't have a car. How was she going to get across town? Okay, she'd have to go through all that, get over to a street. She couldn't be dropped off right out front, so she'd have to be dropped off blocks away perhaps and work her way over there. There were no tracks in the backyard, human tracks. She would have had to go up the driveway where she could have been seen, and then she would have had to enter the back door with a key that she may or may not have had. And then she would have had to go in, get a hold of her mom's phone or some phone, disable the camera, erase all footage that was on that camera, and then go in there and sneak in to Tyler's bedroom, get the axe, the hatchet out of his toolbox without waking him. And remember, Tyler said that he only slept about an hour the night before, an hour. So she would have to time that to get in there when he was sleeping during that 1 hour and get the hatchet out of the toolbox and take it out. She would have had to strip herself naked because there was going to be a lot of blood and go in and commit this act and also kill the dog and then go in and clean herself up, put the hatchet up there in the shower, go get dressed. Then she has to sneak back into Tyler's room, lift up his right hand and get his palm print on the hatchet so she could put it back in the bathroom where it was. Now, Tyler also said he last saw the hatchet that morning before police arrived. How could he see it that morning in his toolbox when it was actually over in the bathroom? It was a nice try. Let's throw this whole story together, but it doesn't fit. What we got here is a whole lot of evidence that got presented, a lot of evidence. It all goes right to Tyler Dazey, all of it. We're not here to eliminate everybody in the state or everybody in the country. That's not a function of law enforcement or my office. We're here to gather the evidence, and we're here to prove that Tyler Dazey committed this crime. We have done that. We have presented all kinds of evidence, scientific evidence, investigative evidence, physical evidence. It's pretty clear what happened here. Circumstantial evidence. Tyler Dazey was the only living being in that house, the only one there, nobody else. Nobody came in the back door. Nobody was sneaking around through the night. It's just not there. Look at this evidence for what it is, circumstantial evidence. It takes us right to where we have to be. Mr. Blair says this is not about milk cows. It is, folks. All the evidence is there. There might be one or two little pieces missing, but when you look at it, that milk cow is right there, plain to see for everybody. Tyler Dazey committed this act. It was a heinous act. There's no other way that anybody else could have done it. It was him. The evidence points to him. It confirms it. Find him guilty of murder in the first degree and animal abuse. Thank you.
For instruction number 33. During the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them and may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 34. During your deliberations, you may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your cell phones must be turned off during deliberations. If the length of deliberation causes you calls when the jury takes a break and temporarily stops deliberations, but you must not discuss the case until after you have reached your verdict and I have released you from jury duty. Instruction number 35. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreman or forewoman. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Instruction number 36. I am giving you one verdict form. You will find only one verdict on each count. When you have agreed upon a unanimous verdict and the foreperson has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. This case is submitted to you this 19th day of July, 2024. Okay, just a few additional pieces of information, and then we will send you out for lunch and deliberations. First of all, We've indicated to you that the exhibits will be available to you. They will go back with you to the jury room for you to examine and look at. Make sure you don't alter, change, destroy them in any way. They need to come back to us in this condition. All exhibits other than the hatchet will go back with you. If you want to see the hatchet, let the court attendant know that. In that case, one of the deputies will come back into the jury room to let you observe the hatchet. You can look at the hatchet all you want, spend as much time as you need. When you're finished, tell the deputy thank you. He will leave again with the hatchet, and then you can start discussing the case. We do that because no one should know what your deliberations are and what you're discussing about this case, even the deputy who brings in a piece of evidence. I indicated to you about your phones. When you start deliberations, the court attendant will keep your cell phones. If you need to use your phone at some point in time, let the court attendant know that. She will let you use your phone. When you finish, you'll give it back to her and resume your deliberations. Deliberations can only happen when all of you are together. If someone needs to use their phone, use the restroom, step outside to smoke a cigarette, anything like that, deliberations about this case have to stop. You can only discuss the case when you're all in the same room talking about it. Throughout trial, I've been telling you about the admonition. This is the point now where part of the admonition changes. I had been saying, don't discuss this case with each other. Obviously, that changes. I had been saying, don't draw conclusions of any kind. Obviously, that changes. You still can't talk about it with anyone else. You still can't do anything to acquire any information outside of what you got through the trial process. Last thing is, there are 14 of you. By law, we have a jury of 12. We randomly selected who the alternates were going to be. Juror number 31 in the front, ma'am, you will be an alternate. And juror number 48 in the back, in the white shirt, you will also be an all released, entirely released from the admonition. You can talk to anybody about this case that you want, except the other 12 jurors. You can choose not to talk about the case if that's your choice. If you want to know what the verdict is, write your name and your phone number on your jury instruction packet and give that to the court attendant. After I take the verdict, I will call each of you if you would like to know and tell you what the verdict is, give you a chance to ask me questions or offer any points that you have. If you don't want me to call you and you don't care what the verdict is, that's fine. Then don't give your packet with your cell number to the court attendant. Make sure it's clear. The two of you should not express any thoughts at all in this case to the other 12 jurors. When we're done here, if you have anything in the jury room, you'll go in and get it, and then you're free to leave. Go home, go back to work, whatever you need. We will not be calling you back in, and you're released, but just don't express any thoughts about the case, any opinions to the other 12 jurors. The 12 of you should not start talking about this case in any way until the two alternates have left. Okay. I should say, I think you all ordered lunch, and even for the two alternates, if you want to stick around out in the hall, not in the jury room with the other 12, and wait for your lunch and take your lunch, you're welcome to take your lunch on the state. If you don't care, you can take off and skip out on your lunch. All right, I have the verdict form. I am going to give this to the court attendant, and she will take you to the jury room at this time. Again, wait for the two alternates to gather their stuff and leave. If the two alternates don't have anything in the jury room, you're welcome to take off immediately. All right. This is Tyler Dazey, FECR 153723. As to count one, on the charge of murder in the first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tyler Dazey, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. That verdict form is signed by the foreperson. As to count two, on the charge of animal abuse, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tyler Dazey, guilty of the crime of animal abuse, and that verdict form is also signed by the foreperson. Is the state asking that the jury be polled? Is the defense?
We better, Your Honor.
Okay, so folks, the court attendant will poll you by reading your juror number. When she reads your number, she'll ask whether you can confirm that this is in fact your verdict. Go ahead.
These are verdicts. These are verdicts. Juror number 13, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 18, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 23, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 25, are these your verdicts? Juror number 27, are these your verdicts? 23, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 41, are these your verdicts? Juror number 44, are these your verdicts? Juror number 50, are these your verdicts?
Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you in a moment, ask you to go back to the jury room. I will have you wait there for just a couple of minutes, and I will come speak with you before you will be discharged. I won't keep you very long. Thank you for your service, and you can be discharged this time back to the jury room. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Hoover, at this time, I would normally advise the defendant of his right to file a motion in arrest of judgment and a motion for new trial. Those motions, as you know, are time sensitive and must be filed within 45 days of today's date and at least 5 days prior to sentencing. I'm going to direct you to notify your client of that information. I will also make sure that that is in my printed order and make sure that he receives a copy of my printed order. By statute pursuant to count 1, the defendant may not be admitted to bail in the event of appeal in this matter. We will set a sentencing date at some point, and I'll figure out a date for that. Is there anything else that the state needs to put on the record today? Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll close the record. Thank you, everyone. Golden Eggs.